Okay, I think we can make a start. Welcome everyone to this meeting of the Planning Applications Committee. I'm Councillor James Husband, Chairman of the Committee, and to my right I'm joined by my colleagues who are fellow councillors, and we will be the people making the decisions on the cases in front of us this evening. To my left, I'm joined by planning officers and other officials. They will be presenting the cases in front of us and also offering us advice as we go through the evening. Okay. So we can now make a start. Mr. Hearn, are there any apologies for absence?
Apologies from Councillor Tim Verboden.
Yes. Unfortunately, Councillor Verboden has got COVID, so he sends his apologies. Okay. However, it means there are 4 councillors on the committee, but that's entirely in order. The quorum for this committee is 3. Colleagues, are there any declarations of interest?
Thank you, Chairman. Item number 112, 12 Holland Park. I'm going to step away because it's in my ward.
Right, that's understood. But that's I think, an other declaration. You don't have a pecuniary interest in 12 Holland
No
Park.
pecuniary interest, no.
No, that's right. But that's understood. Yeah.
He doesn't have to recuse himself just because it's in his ward, but if he doesn't have an open mind, then it...
Well, I think the 3 Holland Ward councillors had sent an email.
Yeah.
I think, Arian, yes?
That's correct, yeah.
I think certainly making various points about the application, so I think it's probably best if you step to one side. Are there any other declarations at all? No. Okay, very good. Well, in that case, we can then move on to consider the minutes of the meeting that was held on the 15th of August. Colleagues, can I sign those as a record of that meeting, please? Thank you, that's great. Excuse me. Now, we've got quite a long agenda this evening, so I think it might help if I indicate how we're going to do this. So in a moment or two's time, we will start with the first of the 2 applications at 76 Kensington Park Road. We will then move on to consider the application in Camden Street, then Eagle Place, Selwood Place, Pottery Lane, Holland Park, Drayton Gardens, and then I should mention at this stage that an application which had been on earlier agendas relating to 8 Redcliffe Gardens, that has been withdrawn from this evening's agenda. It may come back at a later date. We will then move on to 19 Courtfield Gardens, Barkerston Gardens, Westbourne Grove, Trellick Tower, and finally a set of applications relating to council-owned property in Lower Clarendon Walk and Upper Clarendon Walk. So that will be our running order, and please bear with us. If the matter that you're interested in is down the agenda, then I'm afraid it will be quite a long evening, but please bear with us. So we can get underway, and first of all is the first of the 2 applications, Kensington Park Road, and I think Ronaldo Calino. Ronaldo, you're going to present that, aren't you? So please go ahead when you're ready.
Is that? Yeah, okay. So basically there are 2 planning applications for this site. The first one relates to the carrying out of alterations to the front parts of the property. Installation, oh, sorry, let me just, can't you, okay. Let's see. Okay, let me try. Okay, now I think you can now, yes? Okay, so basically, first planning application will be external alterations to the front, primarily installation of plant and servicing at lower ground floor level, and extraction services to the rear of the building. So this is the site plan and a photograph of the property as existing, which is in commercial use and which has been altered in the past to allow this commercial use. This is a photograph showing the rear of the site. The property has a very large rear extension, which is connected to a Portobello Road building directly to the rear. This photograph shows the rear elevation and also, the way the property is adjacent to a raised upper floor level roof terrace, and also the windows, residential windows to the north, to the upper parts of this photograph. So this is a proposed site plan indicating the demolition of the front slab, which covers the existing, the former light well. And this is proposed. So they are retaining the existing entrance arrangement, although they are reinstating some sense of openness to the front light well, and also installing some railings in there. The cross section to the right-hand side, we can see they are reinstating the front coal vault, where they are installing an air conditioning unit behind an acoustic door. This is a floor plan indicating the air conditioning units, and then the metal grills and Luxcrete pavement lights on the right-hand side drawing. This is an elevation of the rear, depicting the ducting which will be installed at the back of the property. It's important to say that these proposals relate only to these physical alterations and additions to the property, but they are associated with the applicant's intentions to convert the building into a restaurant, which does not require planning permission and which does not form part of this application nonetheless. Yeah, so that is, just would like to draw the committee's attention to the addendum report. We have received a few more objections, including photographs in there. And that's the end of my presentation for this first case.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Now we've got a number of people registered to speak. So this is related to this first of the, because there are two applications relating to the same site. So can I ask now, Councillor Bakhtiar, you're with us, and also there are a number of other people who've registered to speak, and I think between all of you, you've got up to 5 minutes. So I don't know how you'd like to do this, but perhaps Mo, are you going to start? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Good evening, councillors, chairman. I will talk for 30 seconds to allow the objectors to express their concerns about this application. Probably half of the whole are here for the first two applications, including these children's. And I would like to urge the committee members to ask objectors to expand on their views and tell you about their concerns if the time runs out. Thank you very much.
I am Leona Chen, and I'm the owner-occupier of 74A Kensington Park Road, immediate adjoining property. Firstly, the plant, the machinery, and the flue is just too close to the neighboring properties. The flue will be right in front of my terrace, affecting the family's daily use, affecting the children. When I open the bedroom door every day in the morning, the proposed flue will be right in front of me. This heavy, big, ugly duck is an eyesore, which is taller than my terrace. The flue is also not suited to a residential area surrounded by back gardens and will harm the residents' views and amenity. It would be an unwanted feature in the conservation area. It has significant overbearing effect, giving an oppressive feeling. It violates policy CE6 CL 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 11. This view is shared by both the Ladbroke Association and the Pembridge Association, and they further recommended that the flue be moved further to the north side of the building, which the officer report omitted. Secondly, the Council's EHO has suggested further conditions required to mitigate any operational impact, yet they do not feature anywhere in the report. The reason given for the omission is that the comments are about the operation of the plant for restaurant use. The report said it should limit the scope to just the physical installation of the plant. But it is totally unreasonable to divorce the physical installation of the plant from its operations. No one wants to install complex, expensive plant unless they intend to use it. It is very likely to be used by a large restaurant or a commercial bakery, both of which are unsuitable to historic character of the Kensington Park Road and the resident of the conservation area. Any environmental impact of operating the plant should definitely be relevant, and it makes sense for any mitigation be included during the installations. This view is echoed by Ladbroke Association, suggests insulating the terrace building walls to reduce the noise impact. It is disappointing that this recommendation or the EHO concerns were not mentioned or considered. This application is also missing an air quality assessment per the policy CE5. Third and finally, the original 1997 consent to the Link building was granted subject to a series of restrictive conditions put in place to safeguard the amenities of the neighboring properties. In particular, Condition 5 mentioned that no machine installed shall cause detriment to the amenity of the area by reasons of noise, vibrations, smell, etc. In the officer's report, this condition was deemed satisfied in spirit without any justifications. And these safeguards will be completely disregarded and removed by these applications. In conclusion, this application is not appropriate and should not be approved. Over 100 residents have written to object, and I hope the committee will listen to and address our concerns. Thank you.
Yeah, Zaid Had Chepstow Villas. I'm just going to echo what Leona said. In terms of the flue being installed, you just saw the pictures of the property. Everyone's garden facing. When the windows are open, we're going to get a whiff of odor coming in from the restaurant, which is proposed to be there. Now, even though they state that they're going to be using a high-end ventilation extraction system that was going to capture 90% of the odors, that doesn't change the fact that it could be changed later on down the line by whoever wants to change it. It's the fact that there's going to be a flue there which is not suited for the area. As you can see, there's a lot of young families here, myself included. So, I urge the council to actually use Article 4 direction to put a stop to any further development that wants to take part within this area.
My name is Jordan Coles, a freeholder living at 64 Chepstow Villas with a small, quiet courtyard immediately bordering the proposed development. The officer's report has concluded that the proposed development would have an acceptable impact on living standards, to which I fundamentally disagree. The planning officer appears to believe that facilitating the potential for a gold-style restaurant with a large atrium will not impact upon my quiet courtyard. I note a change of use may not be required, but granting this application will facilitate a fundamental change to the surrounding character. The planning report has a narrow definition of the impact and focuses on the flue and associated works. I would ask the committee to therefore take a wider view of the impact of granting this development. If the committee do decide to grant the development, I'd like to remind the applicant and place on record the conditions from the last approved application in 1998. Inter alia, windows cannot be open between 6 p.m. and 10 a.m., no music to be played so that it is audible outside the building, and blinds to be closed from lighting up to close.
Okay, time is up, I'm afraid, but thank you very much. There may well be questions about the various points that you've raised. So in similar fashion, I think the applicant is represented by an agent. Is that right? The agent is here?
Yes.
Yes. So in similar fashion, you've got actually just over 5 minutes. So please go ahead when you're ready.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Lauren Theda Palmer, and I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant. The application site is 76 Kensington Park Road, taking in the rear of the property, last known as the Rogers Arcade, which is a single Class C unit within the Portobello Road shopping centre, extending through from its main frontage on Portobello Road to Kensington Park Road at the rear, where there is a secondary entrance. By way of introduction, there are two applications before this committee tonight for this site. This application seeks to address the long-term vacancy of the site and facilitate its occupation in the short term, while the second application sets out the applicant's longer-term aspiration for the site, which is a more significant undertaking with a longer lead-in period. In its last use as a retail arcade, the number of traders within has steadily dropped in recent years, with much of the arcade being vacant for 3 years. This was exacerbated by the COVID pandemic, since when traders have not returned or have consolidated in other arcades on Portobello Road. Given the long-term vacancy of the unit, the applicant has explored alternative potential tenants for the commercial unit, with demand limited to restaurant or cafe operators as set out in the retail agent's report submitted with the applications. As such, this proposal seeks to deliver the relevant mechanical equipment to support a potential occupier to bring the unit back into viable use, whilst also taking the opportunity to deliver other works to significantly enhance the secondary elevation on Kensington Park Road, which has been subject to unsympathetic alterations over the years. The proposal reopens the infield light well on Kensington Park Road using Luxcrete paving and grills where needed, while railings are reinstated to the benefit of the appearance of the frontage and its contribution to the Ladbroke Conservation Area, with all the works being more in fitting to the character and appearance of the building and streetscape. The vaults to the light well are utilised to house air conditioning units for the commercial unit, housed behind acoustic louvers to minimise any noise impacts to the street. To the rear elevation, a new kitchen extract is proposed, which was subject to discussions with officers around its size, appearance and location, which will not be visible in principal views from the street. Options around routing and design were explored by the design team with council officers to minimise any potential impact of the proposals on neighbouring residents. Key features include the following, which are captured in relevant planning conditions alongside recommendations for approval. Minimising the extract size to 500 by 500 millimetres, with it painted black instead of its standard shiny metal finish to minimise visual impact from the rear. Anti-vibration mounts to the extract and air conditioning units. Acoustic housing and acoustic silencers to the condensers. Acoustic silencers to the kitchen extract. Filtration to the restaurant extract for odour control, terminating 1 metre above the roof line for dispersal reasons. As such, the design of the proposal seeks to balance the needs to bring the commercial unit back into viable use while protecting the amenity of neighbouring residents through design and mitigation measures in line with RBKC policy. The proposal also takes the opportunity to enhance the Kensington Park Road frontage of the building, reinstating the light well and railings to the benefit of the conservation area.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So, colleagues, our opportunity to ask questions of either party. Who'd like to go first? Will. Councillor Laird.
Thank you, Chairman. A question for any of the objectors. Could you elaborate further on the design of the flue and perhaps speak further to why it does not fit in the conservation area or the character of the road generally? Thank you.
I live a few metres away from this. It's a very intimate little area, as you saw from the photo, and the trees, and, you know, many of us are here. The flue is going to be dreadfully, dreadfully ugly, quite apart from noisy and very visible. I've known in the past a recommendation to sort of brick them in, and with the bricks that fit in with the local bricking so that it won't be so intrusive to the eye, but it also might help to mitigate against the noise, we think, from it. I'm not an expert, but that was just one point about the flue.
Thank you. Yeah, the flue, because the site originally is a back garden, but it's illegally used for long enough, so it was in the end as a link building. That's why all the conditions set before was to protect the residents around. And so can you imagine, even in your own home, suddenly your neighbor put a big, flue duct next to you and all surrounded by residential gardens. It will be very ugly, and it is in a conservation area, and it just should not be there because it just violates all the amenities around. And the duct also will give you the smell, the noise, although they say that it is the up-to-date equipment or things like that. But we have seen before, along the restaurants around, they could be malfunctions, and then in that case, because it is right next to me, because the duct coming up is like literally a meter from my terrace, and then the terrace is right next to my main bedroom. This is the only door or window that I can actually get any fresh air in the morning. So when I get up, open the door, then the duct is right in front of me. You can just imagine, in your home, you're supposed to live in a conservation area, and then suddenly something suggests to happen. It is just totally not suited in the area, and that's why we got more than 100 residents, disagree with that.
Okay, I think we take the point. Aria, you had a question as well.
Thank you, Chairman. Question to any of the objectors and then a counter question to the applicant. I understand the open terrace is a privacy problem. Essentially, the new proposed building is lower ground and ground floor. Could you define what sort of privacy issues? And I understand as an applicant, he could use obscure glasses to mitigate the privacy issues. So, any of the objectors, please. Thanks.
From the photographs, you can see how close we are in proximity to the edifice that has been built by stealth over many years. It's about 7 meters from my bedroom, where I spend a lot of time since I retired, and it's a small flat that I live in, so it's quite important to be able to enjoy that space. And that applies, I know, to other people. The privacy issue, yes, one condition would be that obscured glass has to be used. I would also say that the side windows should be fixed so that they are tilted in some way away from the possibility of even seeing into my flat and the other flats on that row, the other houses on that row. And also, possibly, I've heard that you can do something where they just can't be operated from within. Privacy-wise, we've already lost quite a lot of foliage and trees that were taken down in preparation, I think, for this application. And I now get people down Portobello Road can see into my bedroom, and I can certainly see into their back gardens. And I'm very affected by the lights, the security lights, etc. So there's already been a loss of privacy, but it will be a lot worse if it's used as a restaurant or if it's used for people, even used for people living there. Terrace should not be allowed at all.
And just quickly, if I may, privacy does not just mean by sight, but also smells, noise, and late night footfall.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a counter question to the objectors. What sort of mitigation are you, essentially you heard from the objectors about the privacy issue? Sorry, to the applicant. Did I say objectors? Sorry, to the applicant, yeah. So the question is, you heard from the objectors about the privacy issue in terms of overlooking from inside. So have you considered doing the obscure glasses or what?
What are you doing to mitigate some of those issues and concerns that have been raised by residents?
Sorry, just to jump in. I'm one of Lauren's colleagues from Turley representing the applicant. in terms of overlooking and any impact on glazing, I think references may have been made to the link building and not to the actual plant equipment. And there's no changes proposed to the actual structure.
I think perhaps if I can intervene
Sure.
here, I think it may be that the objectors really were referring to a matter in answer to Councillor Aretti that really relates to the second application. So I think perhaps if I can just ask the agents, is that your understanding?
That's
that
our understanding.
the link building does not form part of this
Correct.
first application.
That's correct.
That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah,
So yes, it's a slightly different issue. We'll come to it, but when we consider the second application. Sonia, did you have a different question relating to this first application? Or are you happy with what you've had?
My question was actually about light pollution, and now I'm slightly confused as to which application that falls under.
I think that's really an issue in the second application.
All right.
I don't think, because I don't think, in this first application, I don't think anything is proposed relating to the sort of link building. Sorry? Yes, it's just relating to plant. Okay, all right. Are there any further questions relating to this first application? No. Okay. Well, thank you very much indeed for that. So, colleagues, our opportunity to ask officers. Perhaps I can go first. It seems to me that what's proposed here, really, the principal matter. There's some changes to the front of the building, including air conditioning units, but that is low down in a sort of light well beneath the front of the building, and it would seem to me that that's something relatively uncontroversial if they're fitted properly with normal conditions. The issue that I'm a bit concerned about is that the large duct, which has to go up the rear of the building, because obviously a large commercial kitchen has to have that kind of equipment, and a flue which clearly has to come up right up at roof level. I mean, it does strike me that is, although it might be difficult to see that from any public vantage point, it still seems to me to be something quite substantial in terms of the conservation area. Do you have any particular comments on that issue?
Yeah, what I would say is that the property is commercial in use. They are not atypical, although you cannot see any such flues within this particular terrace. The wider group of property, you may find similar things in that conservation area location. So I am of the view that I'm satisfied, in fact, that subject to condition requiring it to be painted black, it would not look out of place. I appreciate that some people suggested it to be clad in brick, but the problem with that is we would be introducing, in effect, an extension which could be slightly larger even, and which basically it's not what is being proposed. What is before us is this flue. And I think painted black, you can see that there are a lot of drain pipes or soil pipes in there. They are all painted black. They all come vertically within these buildings. Yes, this would be slightly wider than those, but I think it would not be fully uncharacteristic in conservation area terms.
Thanks, Chairman. Sorry, to the officer, could you, I don't know if you have a diagram where you could show the proposed one is at the front, the flue, is that correct?
This is at the back of the property.
It's back of the, where's the existing one? Because I can't find it in the...
The existing, I don't think it's included within the application, but all what is being changing is this flue, basically, yeah, which is being added. And we can show that on the photograph, actually. Let me just see.
Yeah, please.
Because that one, although we do not have the drawing, we can see in there, this is the photograph of the building. And we can see also Mrs. Shan property and her roof terrace, which is the infill property, right to the left-hand side.
Sorry, where's the flue there? Sorry.
Yeah, this is depicting the existing situation. This photograph is depicting the existing situation. And then we have the drawing, which you saw before. I can, depicting the flue in there with the annotation, which comes all the way vertically from the roof of the rear extension up to the slightly higher up from the upper parapet wall. Sorry about my voice.
Just a quick question from me to officers. I know you compared the size and scale of the flue with similar drain pipes along neighbouring properties. Do you have any indication of the difference in, say, diameter or circumference of the flue versus drain pipes? Because to my mind, there's probably quite a big difference between drain pipe carrying water
I
and
wouldn't
this
know
flue.
the exact answer, but let's say a soil pipe may be between around 200 millimeters, and this one may be 500 millimeters, perhaps. I'm estimating that. I haven't measured the drawings, yes. So I can't give you the precise answer. Unless I don't know if the applicants themselves, they may be able to confirm that. Do you happen to know? I can't, so sorry, yes, sorry. So I don't know the exact answer. So it would be between 200, the normal soil pipe, and this one would be about 500, I would
Thank
think.
you.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
I have a question. So I know we're not necessarily debating the use of the property, and we're just obviously discussing the installation. But it is a conservation area, and I note that it is a very residential area, and obviously residents are quite concerned about the change in its use, but also the noise, and the change in its use will also obviously have an external change as well. So the appearance of the building will change, the flue will change the appearance of the building, and it will, I suppose, generate a more sort of commercial atmosphere in what's quite a residential area. So I was just wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about how that works when we are in a conservation area. So obviously conservation areas, I'm not an expert in this, but we'll have different applications, whether it's a sort of commercial area or residential area. Sorry if that's, do you understand? Does that make sense?
I don't know if I understand fully, because your question, yeah.
Yeah, so it's, obviously it's a residential area, and I know we're not meant to really be looking at the use of the building, but what we're discussing will eventually, we're discussing a sort of planning application that is there for the purpose of changing the use of the building, and putting a flue there will give it a more commercial atmosphere. Does that make sense? So how is that allowed in a conservation area?
My response to that would be that this is not a solely residential area. This is a mixed use, mixed commercial and residential, and that has been the case for a considerable period of time. A number of these properties to the north, to the south of this site, is it Blehen Crescent, I think? And sorry, it's not Blehen Crescent. Let me just have a look at the map in there.
So
I would say, yeah, thank you. So Kensington Park Gardens, yeah, Kensington Park Gardens, basically, here we are, yeah. So Chepstow Villas, so there are a number of commercial properties within Chepstow Villas, within Portobello Road, and the application, and the application site property, the application site. Yeah,
you mustn't interrupt.
The application site property is also in commercial use as existing. So I would say it's a mixed use, and it is both mixed uses. They always have been happening together.
Okay. And I think Okay. I think to conclude this, I think the officer recommendation is based on the ducting and flue that's proposed, that on balance that is acceptable.
Yes.
In the application, and that's essentially the officer view.
That's right. The environmental health officers have been scrutinized.
And they were happy
that's
with
right.
that. Okay, all right. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, so colleagues, we need to make a decision. Now, I hope I'm not getting too far ahead of myself if I say I detect a degree of skepticism about the impact of this flue and ducting and flue on the impact of the conservation area. I think we have to be quite careful how we draw this because, of course, the relatively new Class E makes no distinction between an antique centre, which might only be open for relatively short hours, and a restaurant, which might be really rather a large restaurant. Now, you can argue in everyday sense, you could say, well, surely that can't be right. But the fact is, Class C is drawn up in that way. However, notwithstanding the fact that the ducting and flue cannot be seen from public standpoints, it is quite prominent because the buildings surrounding, for example, Chepstow Villas, which is relatively near to the south, it is visible. And I think on balance, we might reasonably say that was actually, did have an unacceptable impact. And on that basis, the proposal was not satisfactory. Is there anyone who would like to put a contrary view to what I've just said?
Chairman, I do not have a contrary view, but I do not have an objection with the change of class, obviously with it, which is not within planning control. Obviously, the new proposed is quite distinct to what the existing business is. So there's new restaurant plus you have flue, and then associated with that you get smoke and smell, etc., which most of the residents are not used to, or I would say probably not the appropriate area. For that reason, I would support your comments. Thank you.
I think it's a slightly complicated argument, but you see, somebody could just change the antique centre into a restaurant, but obviously a large commercial kitchen would very quickly give rise to smells, odours, other matters, which would then become environmental health issues. And I think on that basis, the applicant, perfectly reasonably, has sought to address these by putting in the planning application for this ducting and a flue to come out high up on the building. I think that is that's the way in which I see this having been proposed. I think on balance we're probably entitled to say that this is unacceptable. But as I say, what do other people think? Will, Sonia, what do you feel about this?
I would probably agree, Chairman. I think it is marginal, but on balance, considering there are no similar flues on this road, and I do think there is a distinct difference between drain pipes, as the officer says, probably 200 mil in circumference, and something like this, which, I mean, from this drawing, it looks like probably be about 800 mil. At least that's just my guess from the size of the windows on the drawing. So in a conservation area with these types of Victorian buildings, I think it would be rather out of character. But it's balanced, but I would tend to fall down on that side.
Well, I agree with everything that's been said. I think it fundamentally changes the character of the area. And I find it slightly confusing that there are two applications when I think that this, obviously, if there was no intention of changing the use or increasing the commercial use of the building, we wouldn't have this application in the first place. Does that...
Well,
they're interlinked.
The applicant's entitled to put forward whatever they wish, really. What I would suggest is that I think the way we need to do this is first of all, we need to take a vote, because the recommendation is to grant planning permission with the conditions attached in the report. So can I ask those who are in favour of the recommendation to show? Can I see those who are against? Okay, so the recommendation is not adopted. I would suggest, and I'll seek advice from officers, I would suggest proposing a resolution that the planning permission is refused on the basis that the ducting and flue at the rear cause sufficient harm to the conservation area, that is unacceptable, and that in the absence of other benefits, the application should be refused. Ms. Chung, is that Lorna? Does that seem reasonable? Lorna,
sorry, I'd just jump in because listening to your discussion, I would say the flue, by reason of its size, siting, and design, would be harmful to the building. The terrace group, which you mentioned, failing to preserve the conservation area. So I think that's clear.
Okay. So I would like to propose that. Is that seconded? Actually, I think it's seconded by almost everybody, but, well, I recognise Councillor Lane first. So Councillor Lane seconds. So I now need to put that resolution to the vote. Can I see those in favour of that resolution to refuse? So that is agreed unanimously. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, we move on to the second application about exactly the same site, but obviously with an entirely different set of criteria. So, Ronaldo, would you like to introduce the second application, please?
Thank you, yes. So the second application proposes to convert the existing retail use of the building at lower ground and ground floor level to provide two residential together with extending a basement and rebuilding the rear extension and replacing that with a slightly reduced coverage extension into two residential dwellings. So once again, this is the site, and the photograph depicting the existing access to the arcade, secondary access to the Antiques Arcade. Photograph showing the rear, and I highlighted the rear extension in there, which covers the entire rear garden, and the roof lights, which no doubt we will be discussing as well later. And another picture, this one, a view from adjacent windows. And this is a floor plan for the lower ground at the top, lower ground at the top and raised ground floor level at the bottom. So the proposals provide for one bedroom unit within the front parts at lower ground floor level. There would be a light well separating that unit from the rear unit. So the other unit will be a maisonette unit covering the entire ground floor level area and the rear parts of the lower ground floor level. And this is the reduced footprint rear building annex with some reinstated garden / openers at the back, plus the provision of light wells adjacent to the main original building and another light well at the back end of the building. Yeah, so I think this is the end of the presentation. And once again, just drawing the committee's attention to the addendum report, further objections, comments, public comments received. And that's the end of my presentation.
Now, we have speakers for this, and I think Councillor Bakhtia, I think you are again wishing to speak, and also I think some of the people who registered to speak before. Once again, between all of you, you've got up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, I think this application is less harmful from the previous one. But again, I would like to urge the committee members to ask the objectors to tell you about their concerns and listen to the conditions they prefer to have attached to this application once it's approved. And the most important one is, if you are going to approve this application, allowing a green roof over the new development. Thank you.
The residential building will be 6.9 meters away from bedroom windows, so we will lose all sense of privacy. Any extraction system they plan to use will be unpleasant, especially if it's not maintained properly. And nowhere in Kensington and Chelsea are residents living in such close opposite proximities to each other. So it just doesn't make sense to have residents living on top of each other. There's also 2 mature trees back there, a pear tree and a silver birch. The subterranean development will inevitably damage these, but if the council do wish to approve this planning application, the conditions are that the removal of the outdoor area and the roof terraces, removal of light wells, soundproofing throughout the house, seeing that we are in such close proximity, no windows to be permitted facing Chepstow Villas, all windows in the property to have some sort of privacy glass to prevent light pollution, and the roofing structures to stretch across from one end to the other, introducing a green roof to encourage wildlife as well as to act as a protection against floods. Also, the site is quite small, so instead of having 2 homes, we suggest that potentially it could be 1. Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to just augment what Zaid had said. I absolutely agree with everything he said, actually. We are really concerned about the light issue. We're really concerned about noise, as he said. We're concerned also the arcade has been built some years, but we've lost a lot of biodiversity. We've had some fir trees removed, some bushes removed. I think I may have said this before, sorry. So we are so concerned that we're just, we've got no greenery in the back there anymore, just, the trees that will be under threat anyway. It's a very intimate, small area, and a green roof would really go a long way to, if it is passed. A green roof, as we know, absorbs rain. I think it takes 85% of the rainwater away, which of course therefore means the sewers are better qualified to deal with what they're meant to deal with, because as you know, we had floods 2 years ago, wasn't it? So my understanding is, it's got thermal protection. It will mean that they'll use, in fact, let me just read my notes. So, I've got here, 85% of the rain uptake will be taken care of, and that means the sewers will be protected. It's got a green roof gives thermal protection, so it reduces energy consumption, therefore carbon emissions. There'll be less need for aircon, again, carbon emissions. It traps pollutants, air pollutants, like air particles and gas pollutants. That's really important, and we really need that there, because if there's going to be people living so nearby, we need to really maximize on the green qualities of the area. It's fire resistant. I think you all know this anyway. And it adds value to a property. So although there may be a case for, oh, it's going to need a really strong roof, yes, it is. But it will, in the long term, it will really pay off. And it will be a beautiful amenity. We'll have some of our beauty back, because that was a back garden. We haven't really had much of a back garden there for quite some time. We'll have, you know, wildlife. We'll have bees and birds and insects, and we'll have, you know, plants. And I think we deserve that at the very least. I think it's really shocking what we've had to put up with this ugly eyesore for so long. The only benefit of it was that it was only open 1 day a week, and that was, we could almost tolerate that. So we want some greenery back, and we don't want to be overlooked, and we want it not to be noisy. And I think everything else they'd said is great. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. Now, in fact, I can ask the applicant's agent, would you like to speak to this? Again, you've got up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Following on from the first item, I am again speaking on behalf of the applicant in relation to the longer-term plans for the Rogers Arcade site. The first item sought to secure a more immediate tenant for the unit to ensure its occupation in the short term, with this proposal representing the applicant's long-term aspirations for the site. The proposal seeks to retain a commercial unit in the key commercial frontage of 65 Portobello Road, of a size that is more standard along the street, while redeveloping the existing poor quality link building to the rear for residential use at the 76 Kensington Park Road address, thereby reinstating what would have been the historic use at this address. The change of use of 76 Kensington Park Road is underpinned by the commercial agent's vacancy and marketing evidence submitted with the application in line with RBKC policy. More generally, the proposal has been subject to pre-application discussions with RBKC officers, which has informed the evolution of the design of the residential use, including its massing, detailed design, and potential to deliver additional benefits to the conservation area. The retention of a good-sized commercial unit to Portobello Road will ensure that the wider site will continue to make a positive contribution to the vitality and viability of the shopping centre. The redevelopment and change of use of the rear part of the site addresses the long-term vacancy and under-occupancy of the commercial unit in recent years, while introducing a complementary residential use that is arguably more fitting for the character of Kensington Park Road. The proposal is for the extension of the existing part lower ground floor across the footprint of the site to deliver 2 new homes over lower ground and upper ground floor levels. The proposal sits fully within the existing massing of the link building, so there is no proposed increase in height from the existing, while the inclusion of 3 light wells provides amenity space for new residents at lower ground floor level, as well as opportunities for greening, whilst delivering significantly less built form plan at the site than is existing. The scheme will deliver 2 new split-level homes, including a 1-bedroom apartment and a 2-bedroom apartment, in line with officer guidance to optimise the number of units at the site in order to make a valuable contribution to housing delivery in the local area. The homes are of a high design quality, including compliant private amenity space, new greening opportunities, cycle parking, and good levels of internal daylight and sunlight delivered by the light wells. No roof level amenity space is proposed, and the number and locations of windows to the roof profile has been minimised and treated with microlouver film to mitigate concerns of overlooking or light spillage. In addition, there are no windows to the side elevations of the building to again ensure no overlooking or light spillage to the north and south. At the same time, the light well to Kensington Park Road is reinstated, as are the railings to the street, to the benefit of the conservation area and townscape. The redeveloped link bridge will be constructed of contextual materials, being mainly brick, with a metal pitched roof profile and high-performance fabric, including acoustic glazing. In summary, the long-term vision for the site seeks to retain the commercial use to Portobello Road, whilst redeveloping the poor quality link building to deliver 2 new homes to the site, reinstating the historic use to Kensington Park Road. This will deliver a range of design and amenity benefits to the site, in addition to the benefit of housing delivery to the local area. So I'd say, just to, I guess, address the point about greening, we are providing 3 light wells which will have greening opportunities, so there will be an increased greening present at the site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So our opportunity for questions. I'd like to go first, actually, with some questions to the applicant's agent. Perhaps, Ronaldo, I think it may be the last slide. Can you put that back up?
Oops.
In the presentation. Just get
Let's
there.
go again, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, that one, yeah. Now, if I can just say to the agent, obviously, clearly members understand that the existing building is quite a substantial structure. It's rather ugly, but it's there, and it's quite difficult to kind of take away something that if you like, your client has. But at the same time, I think and I suspect colleagues, do want to seek mitigation to make a new development, if it's approved, to be as good as possible. And just looking at this diagram, can I just make sure I've understood what's changing? First of all, a very elementary point. Presumably, on the right, that's the Kensington Park Road end, and the blacked out is where the remaining antique centre is. Is that right? Or how? Can I just check I've got that right?
Sure. So it's the other way around. So
Right,
the
okay.
left-hand side is the Kensington Park Road building. To the right edge is Portobello Road. And maybe, do you want me to just talk you through the
yes,
light well locations?
If you could, because it's quite complicated.
So starting on the right-hand side, the bottom right-hand corner light well that you can see is at lower ground floor level, and that's accessed off of the bedroom at the lower ground floor level. And then that small terrace where the table and chairs is kind of indicated, that's actually at ground floor level, accessed from the main living space of the 2-bedroom apartment. And then it does show, I don't know if Ronaldo's got the floor plans for each level, it kind of shows sequentially through that. So there you go. If you look at the top one, you can see the light well accessed from the principal bedroom to the 2-bedroom flat. And then when you go up to the ground floor, you've got the additional, that's that one. And then on the lower plan, which is the ground floor level, you've got the additional external amenity space, so almost like a small back garden at ground floor level, accessed from the principal living space. And then again, you can see how the additional 2 light wells are accessed, which are both at lower ground floor level.
And in terms of roof lights, going back to, so that's at the top, is it? We've got
Correct. Yeah. So it's the architectural approach maintains the kind of existing pitched roof that you have in the building, obviously with new, much higher quality materials.
Right.
Roof lights are included mainly so that there's no windows on the side elevations, as Lauren mentioned, to avoid any overlooking or light spillage to the properties to the north and south.
Okay.
And all of the roof lights are treated with this film that basically acts as opaque glazing to minimise light spillage when it gets dark, effectively.
Okay.
We'd be very happy to accept a condition about the detail of the glazing if it would kind of put residents' mind at rest.
That might be something that we will pursue. But thank you very much for that. Colleagues, who would like to take that up? Or is
Thank you, Chairman. Just a question for the applicants. You've heard from residents about how keen they are to have a green roof. Why isn't there a green roof included in the proposals, and is it something you'd be willing to implement as part of a condition?
The key thing is basically the design. So by buying, what we're doing is keeping within the existing massing of the building. So we didn't want to increase the height. And the way that we do that is by keeping the pitched roof form, which means that you can't then incorporate a green roof to the structure. But what we do have is obviously the light wells and areas of potential greening. So we could, again, accept a condition to give you details about landscaping and treatment of those spaces to ensure that greening and planting is maximised at the site.
I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry.
Very good. Yeah, a question to the applicants as well. Just reading through the report, it mentions that the open light wells and the roof lights will actually benefit the conservation area. And I just wanted to know, perhaps this is also a question for the officers after, are there other similar structures and roof lights and light wells in the surrounding neighbourhood?
Well, I think the Link building itself is quite unique, but in terms of rear kind of extensions and alterations to residential properties, light wells are pretty common, particularly where you've got subterranean development, which is an incredibly common feature in the area. It's a way to get light to the lower ground floor level of your property, basically. So it's a very common feature within the conservation area.
Not really a planning question, Chairman. I mean, the good thing is this historically was a residential usage, which obviously the new proposed is more similar. Question, the current existing space that you have, is that only purely to maintain stock, or?
No, so the Rogers Arcade was historically, like a lot of properties on Portobello, was a retail/antiques arcade. So it has, you basically have a number of individual traders actively trading within the arcade. So it wasn't, there was trader storage in there, but it was kind of active retail space, which, as you will know, kind of along Portobello has been hit quite severely kind of throughout COVID and post. And that's why this proposal where you consolidate the retail to Portobello Road and then free up the rear of the site for residential is considered to be a really good balance for both the commercial side of the street and the more residential side of Kensington Park Road.
Thanks, Chair. Fine. Thank you for that. A question to Ms. Little or HUD. I'm not sure who spoke, Mr. HUD. So you're concerned about the privacy and greening, as long as if the applicant is to compromise on these issues, I'm happy to accommodate those changes. Are you really willing to, so you wouldn't have any objection apart from the concerns you raised? Thank you.
No worries. Yeah, the thing is, if you look at the drawing itself, so for example, the light well and the seating area, which is proposed to be for the outdoors, that's going to be looking straight into people's bedrooms, windows, as well as the kitchen area. And the wall is not that high. I could literally peep my head over the wall. They could do the same to me. So it's just not suitable to have a lighting area, the light well, as well as the outdoor seating area. So I object to that. The design is not great, to be honest.
Can I just add that greening in a light well is not going to be of any benefit whatsoever to us, because we won't be able to see it because it's down below, hopefully down below. So that's of no benefit whatsoever. When this gentleman talks about trading, yes, it was trading, but it was 1 day a week. So that's an entirely different thing to sort of people being there 7 days a week, 365, etc. And yeah, that's the main thing, that, you know, we must have more greenery there, and I don't think a light well is going to do it. And in fact, we hope that the light wells will have, will be somehow fixed in such a way that it's not creating too much light for us, because if it was to happen, because we already have light pollution. And I wasn't quite clear what the other person said, forgive me, I don't know the name, about no side windows. I mean, that would be great if if it was to go ahead, and it would be great if there were no side windows, because currently there are, and we thought from the diagrams that it looked as if there were still going to be. But the windows on the top, which are really quite big, and I've had words with the owner of the arcade about this a few times, because it beams into my bedroom, they must, if this is to go ahead, they must be covered in some way, because never mind just at lighting up time, I don't want people looking up into my bedroom, and I'm sure they don't want me looking down into their apartments either. So it's so intimate. If you were to see the place, you'd see what I mean. It's so nearby. I mean, it's about 7 meters away max that we're talking about. So that's my concern. I think that's all I can say at the moment.
Thank you very much, Dick. Okay, so colleagues, our questions to officers. I guess the thrust of our questions really is, it's a case of, I think I suspect the principle of residential use is something that we would accept. It's a case of what within the planning system might we be able to do to mitigate, because clearly there is, as the lady has just said, there's a huge difference between an antique centre, which in reality is very lightly used nowadays, and residential buildings that people potentially are there all the time. I think Councillor Lane mentioned the idea of some kind of landscaping conditions. We talked about roof, some sort of roof light conditions. How do we stand on these? What do you think we might be able to do within the system that we have? What are your suggestions?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I don't know if I understand the question. Can you ask again?
Well, residents have suggested that the proposed roof lights, that there might be some mitigation. It's been talked about some kind of film or something. That's something that we could presumably have as a condition. I think we've got that would.
I think I have an idea for you, Chairman, if you don't mind me interrupting. It could be that you attached a landscaping condition, completely reasonable. The applicant has also said they would be open to a discussion around the roof lights. So you could do, notwithstanding the approved plans, if you were to approve, details of the roof lights shall be submitted and approved, showing a reduction in number. You could suggest that. The applicant is, appears open to that discussion anyway. We must be mindful that there are roof lights at the moment, and the whole site is covered at the moment, so any opening is arguably a benefit, and there are roof lights there, but perhaps that, they've shown a willingness to do that. I don't think it's unreasonable to get those details.
So in other words, we could have a condition that actually rolled together the 2 points that I made, roof lights and landscaping together, as a condition that, notwithstanding the existing proposed drawings, would be something that would...
I think maybe 2 separate ones would be helpful for us. But so one for the roof lights and one for landscaping would be helpful. And it's that we could amend the condition for conservation roof lights, just to get more information about it, and gives the opportunity for the applicant to consider a more sensitive scheme.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other questions, colleagues?
Sorry, you heard from the applicant saying there's no side windows. Does that mean, if you look at this one, there's no side windows looking at the side? Is that what he meant?
There wouldn't be any side windows to the roof, but there would be side elevation windows, although those windows will be sort of shielded by the, generally if you have a garden level, you have a boundary wall, and then it will be in that location. So it's not going to be higher up of. It's
So-
going to be at garden level location.
So essentially, if we're looking outside, you could look only to the boundary wall, not to
Well,
the
I think if you are, let's say, first floor level on the properties to the south of the site, you may be able to look down on them. But given the angles, they wouldn't be able to look up onto your property meaningfully. I mean, to see you, for example, changing it, you would probably be able to look at them. But that's a given, and they just use the curtains if they feel the need to. But they wouldn't be able to look
upwards
meaningfully within the room, apart of angles up to the roof or where your head is, perhaps, but not. If you are changing, they wouldn't. If you are changing your clothes, they wouldn't be able to look at you.
Okay. All right. Got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think need to make a decision on this. Yeah, I think it's a useful discussion because, again, there's this balance of we have to accept the building that is actually there and the things that offers the applicant. And it's very hard for us to take away things. For example, having a pitched roof, which presumably offers rather higher ceiling height within part of the building. We can't take that away easily. However, I think following our discussion, I would suggest that in addition to the conditions that are proposed, we add a condition about relating to the details of the roof lights and also landscaping as Fiona Ray suggested. And I think that represents, I would suggest, that represents a sensible mitigations for the amenity of residents. So does anyone have any further comments to make, or can we perhaps have a vote on that basis? Okay, well in that case, I would like to propose that we vote. So the recommendation is to grant planning permission. Obviously there is an agreement relating to the 2 new units being permit free, which we haven't really mentioned, but then most importantly, the 2 extra conditions as we have just discussed that are for the benefit of neighbouring amenity. So on that basis, can I see those in favour of the recommendation, please? Those against? Anyone abstaining? All right. So that's granted by 3 votes to 1. Councillor Aretti abstained. Okay, so that's granted. Thank you very much indeed. We're going to move on very quickly, but if you have just come for these 2 items, then please, you're welcome to stay, but you're also welcome to go. so please, if you can just quickly move, and we will move away, and then we can move on the agenda. Okay, so that's finished. Thank you. So we now turn to the application at 47 Camden Street. And I think Fiona, you're going to present this, aren't you?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So firstly, just draw members' attention to the addendum report as we received an additional objection. So turning to the slides, planning permission is sought for the development descriptions in full in the report, but it's effectively for a 3-storey extension over ground, 1st floor and 2nd floor level. So just turning to the aerial imagery, you can see the red line, the red marker unfortunately is on the wrong property, it's actually the one next door here. But you can see the group that number 47 forms part of. And you can see that rhythm of kind of closet wing style extensions that are common to the borough. And you can see the proximity of Peel Street just in the bottom of that image. Here's some photographs that I think are helpful, showing that view towards number 46. In the report, we talk about the extension that's underway at that property, and that shows you the kind of half closet wing style extension that's been granted and under construction there. The view towards number 48, and you can see part of the application site here in that close proximity of the properties behind. And then just turning to the plans, we have the existing ground floor plan, the proposed showing that full width extension. It's actually quite difficult to see, so no objection to the full width ground floor extension. The first floor extension and the kind of footprint you can see here as it changes in design at the back. And the second floor extension you can see here, we talk about in the report that 500mm gap to the boundary. You can just see on this side. But it's best seen, these are sections we may return to, but it's best seen on the rear elevation where you've got the existing here. This is the property next door that has the closet wing underway, but this is the proposal before us now. So that ground floor extension, first floor here with the terrace behind, and then that second floor going up just shy of the roof level. So officers are recommending refusal for the application and have concerns about sort of the size siting, the degree of subordination, and the amount of the rear wall that's obscured by the proposal. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Now, this is because the recommendation is for refusal. It means that those who are objecting to the recommendation go first. So I'm going to ask Mr. Peerless, who's the applicant, and also Councillor North, Lloyd North. They speak first, and between the two of you, you've got up to 5 minutes. So perhaps when you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman and Councillors. I should say that I'm not necessarily here to support or object to this application, but I'm here as the local ward councillor trying to find a way forward that helps all parties for a positive outcome. Firstly, for Mr. and Mrs. Peerless and their young family, who simply want to improve and upgrade their family home, just as most of their nearby neighbours have already done so. Secondly, for the nearby neighbours to find an extension that improves the current situation at 47 to better present and have a greener rear elevation to the outside space. And thirdly, to find a way that the officers can agree on here as well. I first met with Mr. and Mrs. Peerless and their young family before they submitted this application, and I offered two pieces of advice. The first was to consult with their neighbours, which they duly did, and secondly, to listen and take the pre-app advice that was given and paid for by RBKC officers. Again, this was done. Mr. Peerless engaged a specialist agent to oversee this application. I have spoken for the planning department, and this should really have been a simple case of an applicant doing everything that was asked following the officer advice over a period of months and consulting with their neighbours. And in fairness and on balance, I feel that the committee should either grant permission in this case, or alternatively, if so minded, and the officers remain confident that of an agreed way forward, to grant the permission subject to the changes agreed with both parties. And just finally, as the Camden Ward Councillor, I'm proud to say that it is the London home of Agatha Christie, with evidence to back up that this was what the property where one of her most celebrated novels, Death on the Nile, was written, and I hope that next time we're before you, we're looking at a blue plaque. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and Councillors, for your time this evening. As Councillor North has just said, our property does have a unique history. With 48 Camden Street, and my neighbour is here, it was owned by Agatha Christie in the 1930s. Unfortunately, though, it was recently subjected to major leaks from the Thames water main outside the property, and is therefore in urgent need of reinstatement. We've had a bare concrete floor for far too long, and also rotten wooden floorboards. This prompted us to consider options to improve the property overall for our family. We submitted a pre-app and in response received unequivocal written prescriptive advice from the planning officer, which we followed virtually to the T. To the letter, indeed. His plan was then ready for approval in the summer, not just by him, but also recommended by another planning officer. However, he then went on extended leave, and his plan has now been overturned by other members of the planning team in what seems to be some sort of internal strife within the department. We have invested lots of time, effort, and money into this scheme, but the process has failed us. In terms of design, and I know that's why we're here this evening, it is unremarkable. Neither the ground floor nor the first floor are contentious. The latter fully taking into account the change in circumstances at the boundary of 47 and 48 Camden Street. There's a 2-meter high wall there, as you saw in the photograph. There's also a strong precedent for second floor extensions. There's similar at 45 and 46 Camden Street, our immediate next door neighbours, the latter which has only recently been approved and built. The design also provides for generous open space and plenty of greening, and is in keeping with other properties and extensions within the Camden Street and Peel Street terrace. Regardless of the design, though, we have no choice but to request approval for the plan so that after 10 months of effort, we have some security and can actually move on. If we get approval, however, we will also commit, as a gesture of goodwill, to revisiting other options, including the original pre-app design, which ironically today the planning department now seem to prefer. In summary, we are not looking to build anything contentious, but to improve our property for ourselves and our 2 young children, who very much enjoy living in the building and attending local schools. Therefore, we do request approval for this plan, and I'm very happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, also, I think Mr. Copeman, now I think, are you present, sir? And you're the next door neighbour at
Yes.
48, is that right?
I'm number 48,
Yeah.
although speaking for other objectors on either side of the property and to the rear of Peel Street. Can I just say, I'm here to support the recommendation to refuse and to give additional reasons, and I'm slightly unhappy, I have to say, to be bounced with the idea that one could simply accept this subject to some kind of goodwill gesture to make it different. Can I just start by acknowledging Mr. Peerless's point that his house needs improving. The first floor certainly needs upgrading, and we've always made it clear that the ground floor needs upgrading, and the first floor, there is certainly scope, subject to sensible plans, for doing something. When we discussed the remaking of the application earlier this year, I made it quite clear that, but we would object if they proceeded to make a second floor application, a 3-storey application. In circumstances where my reading of the pre-app, certainly as published on the internet, was that was being advised against. So we agree with the recommendation of the planning officer, but we don't agree with the conclusions in that as to the impact on the neighbouring properties, which are real and understated and should also be a basis to refuse. So we agree with the points at 6.1 to 6.18 of the planning officer's report, except, and I'll come back to this, a point about at 6.12 about setting back the wall, which is not correct. So it is about the proposed scale, bulk and massing of the exceptional, not run-of-the-mill, 3-storey extension that is sought, which, as the report says, would be in breach of CL 1, 2, 3, 6, 9 and 11 of the local plan, including being too big for the original house and impacting on private views in the Kensington Conservation Area, including the view from our adjoining roof terrace down the backs of Camden Street and Peel Street and to the BT Tower. One point just to underline the exceptional nature of what's being sought, and now being sought to be slipped through with the idea that there might be a goodwill reduction of some sort. there are actually only 2 examples of 3-storey extensions on Camden Street. 6.8 of the report is correct to say that those are isolated examples. There are 2. All the others are just 2-storey. And on top of that, the extension being built at number 46 is 8 cubic metres. Apparently the proposed extension, which is much wider, spreading across the whole thing, is 18 cubic metres. So it's more than twice the volume, the mass of what's actually been allowed exceptionally at 45 and 46. So given all of that and the conclusions the planning officer made as to the scale, bulk and massing, the statement at 6.19 that the proposal would maintain an acceptable relationship with nearby residential buildings is illogical. It just can't follow that if something is exceptionally vast like that and would block views, that it would have a sympathetic relationship. It's also out of line with the pre-app report as I read it, and based on an error in relation to the boundary wall with our roof terrace. Just on the pre-app, it was clear that the second floor proposals would be uncharacteristic and unacceptable in townscape terms, would harm the living conditions of neighbouring properties as their excessive depth, width, vertical rise and siting near roof terraces, including mine, would increase the sense of enclosure, loss of light, sunlight, overlooking and privacy, and should be omitted from the application. And that's paragraphs 4.13, 4.15 and 4.18 of the pre-app letter as published on the website. So I just don't accept that somehow it should all be waved through as a result of some kind of internal dispute in the planning office, of which, of course, I do nothing. Also, paragraphs 6.20 and 6.21 of the officer's report are wrong about the shared boundary with 48. It effectively suggests that there's this wall that's being proposed to be built is set back, and that therefore it wouldn't, in fact, impact our roof terrace. That's not right, and we saw on the plans, in fact, the wall that's being, so what's being suggested at the second floor level is that the wall would rise absolutely on our boundary for 0.8 of a metre, and above that it would be set back by, they say, up to 0.5 metre, but if you look at the plan, the vast majority of the length is half of that. In other words, 25 centimetres. Now, I'm sorry, but setting back a wall by 25 centimetres from my roof terrace is immaterial in the volume. What we're actually talking about here is a wall running down the right-hand side of my roof terrace that would be 3.3 metres high and 2.8 metres long, completely blocking the light to the only light I have to my staircase, which is the glass rear door to the roof terrace, and also diminishing the light to my bathroom window. But it's a 3.3 metre high wall we're talking about, and that is because the misalignment and the ceiling height they want at the first floor would mean that it would start 0.8 metres above. You know, rather than rising at the same levels, their rear terrace would be 0.8 above, and then they want 2.5 above that. So 3.3 metre high brick wall, 2.8 metre long, almost half the length of my roof terrace. And in passing, I agree with the planning officer. There's also the proposal to insert a very little window right next to our roof terrace. That's the reason for that slight setback. And I agree with 6.13 that would be uncharacteristic and at odds with the surrounding fenestration. It would also be only able to look at our roof terrace. And that's why we'll object. Just if I could finish on a lighter note.
The final sentence.
Well, it's been mentioned that Agatha Christie lived in 47 and 48. I received a letter from a Brazilian Agatha Christie researcher called Dr. Tito Prates, with 2 books about her published in Brazil and Portugal, president of the Brazilian Crime Writers Association. He says, this house, with the lovely garden on the rooftop, purchased by Agatha Christie in 1934, 1935, he's wrong, it's 1930, is a very important place for a memory. I would ask that you do not give approval to a plan that would brick up that roof terrace, and certainly not on the basis that that plan might, as a gesture of goodwill, be changed in some way.
All right. Thank you very much indeed for that. Colleagues, who would like to go first in asking about this? Arian.
Thanks, Chairman. Question to the objector, Mr. Copeman. Just to clarify, the current, your building as a back extension, which is taller than number 47, is that correct? Based.
So the two houses were one. Ours is the standard extension. I mean, the councillor said that all the neighbours, or most of the neighbours, have made extensions. No one has made extensions in decades other than 46 and 45. Our layout is exactly as it's been since the 1930s, but it's the same as number 49 and so on. So there is an extension, a thin extension for our bathroom, and then not below, not around. Absolutely, on the first floor level, and that's why we have no problem with a first floor extension, because that would infill a kind of gap. And Mr. Pillis is completely right. There's a sort of brick wall at the first floor where their roof terrace has stepped down. I have no problem with a first floor extension. My objection has been from the moment that the first application was made, and then Mr. Pillis consulted on the second floor. It's just out of all proportion. And just to add, I understand that number 46 Camden Street, which has been allowed this tower type top, but much smaller, was on the specific basis it wasn't next to a roof terrace, unlike this, which is walling in my roof terrace. Sorry, I went a bit long.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to invite the applicant, Mr. Peerless, to respond to any of the points that have just been made.
Yes, thank you very much. I think I do need to respond to, I do respect that because of the advice in the pre-app, we moved across towards number 48 and away from number 46. And in so many ways, it would have been logical to stick to the 46 side. They wouldn't really have been able to rationally object because they've just built an extension in that closet wing position in line with number 45. But the pre-app very specifically told us to move towards number 48. And therefore, we followed it. And that's why we're up towards that side. In terms of the height of the first floor extension, it's actually 0.4 meters high. It's knee height, not even. And there's already 1.2 meters of fence there, which you can see from that photograph. So in fact, at first floor level, the height of the extension is 80 centimeters actually below the existing fence that you can see there. It comes to that first metal rung along there, and the extension actually comes out to where that middle chair is, very roughly, not the whole way. So the roof that you can see there, sort of orange, we're proposing to come right across. The ground floor is not contentious at all, and the first floor comes to that position where roughly the middle chair is on the left-hand side, or where the inner table leg is.
So that will be your second floor?
That's you've got the ground floor and then the first floor, just to be clear, and then above is the second floor.
So how tall would that be when you compare with the fence which is standing?
So the ground floor is the same height. Should we have the photograph back again? It'll probably be easy. The ground floor is the same height. The first floor goes up to the height of the first rung of the fence. No, not the third rung of the fence, the first rung of the fence there, yes. So it's 40 centimeters above the existing wall. So that's the first floor extension. And so, as I say, from our next door neighbor's garden there, it's less than knee height above. Where we are proposing, and this was insisted, I should add, by the planning officer at pre-app. And then we went, because we proposed the second floor extension, which our neighbours at number 45 and 46 have. Therefore, there is very strong precedent at this. Because the planning officer had insisted that we come across to the west, we obviously had to move the second floor up to the west, that naturally, even if it were the same width as the extensions at number 46 and 45 does make it closer to number 48, because otherwise it would be pointless.
So, Chair, so the second floor extension, would that have a side windows or is just a terrace?
No, it doesn't. No side windows at all. So all the fenestration is forward facing towards number 95 Peel Street. And you can see that what the pre-app planning officer was proposing actually mirrors the design of the property behind. And
so the one with
that's
open
number
window.
90. Yes, number 93 Peel Street, which you can see there. So it mirrors it almost identically, although it's slightly lower because of the heights being different. We're 30 or 40 centimetres lower than Peel Street on Camden Street. It's a hill. It's very complicated with a hill.
So my understanding is no side windows.
No.
Even if you come out of the terrace, you're actually looking onto 95, maybe partly.
We're looking onto 93.
Yeah.
That is there. Sorry.
And then even if you look towards your left-hand side, if you're facing 93 or 4, essentially you can only look towards the back boundary wall of 47. Is that correct?
We can only look towards the... Yes, well, we can only look behind us. There's no side windows either way.
Right, thank you so much.
Sorry, could I just I apologise. I'm not sure you were... I think there may have been a misunderstanding. That discussion is about the first floor, and you could see at 95 Peel Street or 93 Peel Street that there was a short extension at the first floor that we'd look at. My objection is not to that, filling in that small area down there, which goes up to, whatever it is, the first rung of our fence line. My objection is to the next story, which goes way up above that fence line, way up, and completely blocks in our roof terrace, just so we're clear.
Thank you. I'll just clarify that with the officers. Thank you so much.
My question is to the applicant. Is what Julian has described as your goodwill offer of reducing the size and bulk of the extension, would that have been a proposal that you would have explored had you been given different information from the officers?
Ironically, it was our original pre-app. So this is the frustrating thing with what's happened. The most logical extension at the rear to our property was to go all across at first floor level, to which there's been no objection. And then at second floor level, in accordance with what's been done at number 45 and number 46 next to us, at the same scale, the same size, to go out there. But because the original planning officer at pre-app said we had to push it 1 metre to the west, we couldn't put that second floor extension on stilts. That would certainly be out of keeping. So we had to build above it, which made it closer to number 48 Camden Street. But I would also like to point out that the planning officer's original comments, he walked up our stairs and looked out and said, no, you can't do the pre-app. And that's now what's been proposed and what seems to be preferred. We thought it was the most logical thing. But I would also say that what he was saying and the reason we followed it was twofold. First of all, because we wanted to go through the process quickly so that we can reinstate our property after water damage. And so we've spent 10 months doing this. And that's why we're very frustrated by the delays that largely have been caused by the planning committee. But also his views, his opinions seemed very plausible. And that's why we followed them. And that's why we are where we are. But yes, to answer your question, as a gesture of goodwill, we are willing to consider it again, the original pre-app. We'll have to go back to the drawing board because we didn't pursue it, and therefore it will take another dozens of hours and thousands of pounds to actually achieve it. But it was recommended.
I think this is a point you have already made.
Yeah, it was recommended for approval in the summer.
Can I just ask that people read the actual I mean, the published pre-app just says don't do the second floor ruling.
Sonia, was there a second point that you wish to make? Pursue with the officers. Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Would you mind if it says don't do the second floor roof terrace, I think?
I beg
Just
sorry, what did you say?
Sorry, I believe within the pre-app recommendations it said don't do the second floor roof terrace rather than second floor extension per se, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's a point we'll take up with officers. All right. So, colleagues, right, rather a slightly confusing story here in an area where obviously the buildings are very close together. There's a great deal of mutual overlooking, and the distance between buildings is very small. Who would like to go first in terms of asking officers? Sonia, do you want to lead off?
From officers on how much higher or larger the second floor extension is compared to the existing precedent on the street.
Just bring the plans back up and run through the presentation quickly again, but I'll try and be clear. So this aerial image is probably going to be really helpful to you. So the spot is at number 48 Camden Street, unhelpfully. This is number 47. This is number 46. Oh, sorry, other way around. Sorry. This is number 48. This is number 47. This is number 46. Now, number 46 have just completed 3 stories, so up to second floor, but a half-width closet wing extension on this one, and I've got a photo of it. The application property is here, and number 46 there. So, number 48 there, sorry. Number 46, as you look over, this reaches that second floor level, but they're half-width. So that's what's been discussed, that's accurate. And this is the view out and over towards the first floor terrace at number 48. I'm going to quickly go to the rear elevation now that you've got that in mind. So this is the existing rear elevation, not showing that rear extension as built now, but it does kind of show the position of the terrace we're talking about next door. And this is the proposal. So you have the ground floor extension, the first floor extension with that 800mm rise that was discussed, so up to the first rung of the metal. Then there's this set-in here from the boundary, an additional window at second floor level, not facing sideways, but facing sort of out, and this second floor extension. So if I go to the floor plans, just to clarify the exact size, a full width ground floor, with a garden sort of area at the back at ground floor level. At first floor, it's set away from the boundary by 1.2 metres, but then again going all the way over to the other boundary line, which is the uprise of 800. And then at second floor level, so the higher level, that's that small window that was discussed in relation to the terrace of the neighbour here. This is kind of the footprint of the new extension, which kicks out around, well, what's shown to be the bed, but it kind of kicks out around it and goes back in again, and then is set away 500 at that point. And then it comes across and then back in, set 1.2 metres away. So the footprint varies on the different floors, but it's set over 3 floors up to the roof. So when you look in relation to these properties, you've got those half widths, a new half width at this property, then this one would be the kind of irregular shaped footprint, if you like. So officers, it might be helpful, I'm sorry to keep going on, but it might be helpful to just clarify our position, because I know the objector has concerns about residential amenity, and we haven't included a reason for refusal on that. So it was an on-balance recommendation, and we appreciate that relationship. But we have looked at it carefully and explained in the report our sort of on-balance decision. Thank you.
So could you clarify on the point made by the applicant that the pre-app have essentially approved the second floor extension, but not the terrace. Is that correct?
It's really difficult with pre-app because I know members often see cases come before you that have had pre-app advice. And the amount of weight you attach to that can at some points be limited where you don't agree with officers. So in this circumstance, there was a pre-app, there was then a withdrawn application, and there was other advice kind of given in between by the officer. How much weight you attach to that is kind of up to you, but I think that the application before you should be considered. Pre-app is done without any consultation with the neighbours, so with that in mind. I mean, I could talk to you about the pre-app for a very long time, but I'm not sure it's going to be helpful to your decision making, and greater weight should be sort of considered against the character and appearance of the conservation area, preserving that, and the impact on residential amenity.
Thank you, Chairman. Another question for officers. Wouldn't it be fair to say that closet wings at the rear of these types of properties being at different heights is just an eclectic part of how those buildings have developed over time? And considering there are some other three-storey closet wings, how does this negatively impact the conservation area? I'm struggling to understand.
I think that's a really good question. So if I just refer you to the aerial image, there's 2 closet wings in the immediate vicinity that go up 3 floors, so have that second floor. So you can see at this property here, and then number 46, which I had the photo of. But they're both half width, so they still leave half of the original rear wall of the property exposed at the back. There's no other examples of full width or nearly full width 3-storey extensions at the back there. So that's what we're concerned about. So when you look at it in relation to policy CL9 that talks about extensions to properties, talks about subordination, the integrity of the original property, and so on, and the rhythm. So us looking at that, we don't think there is, there are enough examples of second floor extensions in that particular group of that width proposed.
Right. I've got a final question to officers. We've heard quite a long, slightly convoluted story. I think we've now managed to get a decent idea of the quite complicated set of relationships with these various buildings, which obviously back onto Peel Street, where also there are substantial extensions to the rear, which are not far away. It would seem to me that in terms of decision making, that we probably have 2 routes that we could sensibly go down. The first would be that we could decide on balance that, as Councillor Lane has just suggested, that there isn't really a clear consistency in this particular part of Camden Street, and that on balance the proposed development here is acceptable because there isn't a harm. Okay. On the other hand, we could say we agree that the second floor and the second floor only was perhaps too bulky, and on that basis we were going to support refusal, but we were going to make it absolutely clear to officers that we were only talking about the impact of the second floor extension. We didn't want to have some enormous argument that went on for another couple of years with the applicant about what was going to be acceptable or not. Those are, I think, 2 options that we would have. I'm just interested to know any officer comments about those 2 possible approaches.
Yes, absolutely. So members could disagree with us and approve the application. Or the reason for refusal, you can add reasons, you can amend reasons, and what it sounds like is it would be, rather than the proposals, the reason for refusal could possibly be the second floor rear extent, or the extension at second floor level due to their bulk scale and massing. So it would be that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So, colleagues, time for us to make up our minds, I think. It's quite tricky, actually. I'm sort of in a couple of minds. Maybe I lean towards saying there isn't a great deal of consistency here. Maybe the proposed second floor level, it's quite bulky, but then in the context, would that justify harm? On the other hand, I think, as I've just explored with officers, you could argue the second floor perhaps is still quite, well, it's not a planning word, but quite large, quite heavy. I suppose the massing of the second floor, and that on that basis, marginally, we should say yes, it should be refused, and that second floor should be should have to come back with something different. But I'm very much open to other views. So who would like to? Anyone like to comment? Arian.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I think because if you look at the second floor extension, there's no side window, so the issue of privacy would not, sort of from the objector's perspective, I don't think it would be an issue on that. And I understand second floor would be a bit mousing as such, but it's not consistent across the road, on the same street, so I would be leaning to approve the second floor, Chairman. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman, I agree with your assessment. I think the case is quite finely balanced on the merits. I think I'm minded to prefer the former view, which is these closet wings as a whole on this part of the street are quite eclectic, and the damage to the conservation area won't be significant were this planning application to go ahead.
Sonia, did you want to express a view?
With the comments made by Councillor Lane, and yeah, in the same mind as well.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Sorry, Sonia's microphone is not really working properly. Okay, so what I suggest we do is we put the recommendation, which is for refusal, as set out in the officer's report. I suggest we put that to the vote and see where we go.
But Chair, with subject
Yep.
to amendment, is it to be subject to that amendment, the word, the proposals being the second floor only, or are we keeping
Well, no, this is
the whole?
yeah, this is simply this is the officer's recommendation, which is to refuse. Can I see those in favour of the recommendation, please? Can I see those against? Okay, so the recommendation for refusal is not adopted. I would suggest, and here officers can perhaps help me, I would suggest it's quite straightforward. We simply, permission is granted, and we would have to add, officers would have to add some standard conditions of the sort that, apply about time limit and materials and complying with approved drawings. But the resolution to grant is based that we simply feel that on balance there is not a harm to the conservation area, and as such the permission should be granted. If I can just ask officers, is that reasonable?
No, that's reasonable, Chairman. Can I just also ask that you confirm that you don't believe there to be harm to living conditions of those living nearby, just given the nature of the objections raised this evening?
Yeah, I think we'd be considering that on balance that was the case. I think the point that Councillor Aretti made that there were no windows in flank walls of the extension, which is the kind of thing that clearly would be grounds for an objection to residential amenity of neighbours. So I would like to propose that
Sorry, Chair, but just before you do that, just in terms of conditions that you referred to earlier, if you can also delegate authority to officers to determine those and agree those with the applicant.
Okay, yeah, I mean, they would be simple standard conditions of the sort that we see all the time in applications that are granted. So I would like to propose the resolution to grant on that basis. Councillor Aretti, maybe you would like to second? Yes. So can I see those in favour of that resolution to grant on that basis? So that is agreed. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you. Can we now move on to the application in the South Pack, 5 Eagle Place? And I think
that's
I
me
think
again,
Fiona,
Chairman.
that's you
Thank
again,
you.
isn't it, actually? Yes, Fiona.
Sorry, I'll just grab my pack. Yeah. Lovely. So, thank you, Chairman. So, just draw members' attention to the addendum report again. So, planning permission here is sought for, as described in the report, a number of works that already have planning permission, which should be given due weight. So, they were given planning permission and have been implemented with a certificate to confirm that. So, the key thing you're considering this evening, based on that, is the addition of a new roof terrace and sunroom at main roof level. So turning to the site location plan, it's just the position of the Mew-style property it relates, number 5 Eagle Place. And you can see on these aerial images the existing roof line, very compromised directly across the road, and the example at number 15 further down the group, which is referred to in the report. So planning permission, as I discussed, has been previously approved, and also in 2016 a roof terrace was also granted. So just take you through the plans that are also in your pack. So the existing front elevation and section reflecting what we've just seen in the aerial image, existing rear elevation, and this is the existing access. And this is really key because I know a lot of the objections have very serious concerns with construction traffic, in a similar way to the previous application, and we have a whole suite of conditions on there to secure a final construction traffic management plan and all relevant basement conditions, existing rear, and this is the proposed elevation in section showing that sunroof, room and terrace, rear elevation. And these are those previous permissions I briefly referred to from 2016, showing you a terrace that was previously approved and a sliding glass box for access. Just a minor thing that didn't make it to the addendum is that we've made a tweak to the wording of the condition that for the Code of Construction Practice, just to reflect the extant consent that exists. So that's just for information that it relates to the triggers. So officers are recommending approval, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you, Chairman.
Very good, thank you. Now we have speakers registered for this. So I think Mr. Deschamps, is that correct? Sir, are you with us?
Yes, Mrs. Deschamps.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Shows my ineptitude. I apologise.
No worries at all.
And I think you are representing a number of immediate neighbours. Is that right?
Absolutely. So I'm Fabienne Deschamps from 16 Eagle Place,
yes.
And I'm here to emphasise the access and security issues raised by 5 of the objections to this planning application. In a nutshell, we ask that a new construction traffic management plan is submitted to the planning committee after full consultation with residents. I'll explain the context of Eagle Place and talk about the current CTMP and then detail our request. All this in less than 3 minutes, hopefully. So the context of Eagle Place is that it's a narrow cul-de-sac, and 5 Eagle Place is very close to the only entrance to the Mews. Careful consideration needs to be taken to not hamper vehicular traffic up and down the Mews. Otherwise, it will severely affect the lives of the 12 families living at number 6 to number 17 Eagle Place. Most importantly, their safety and their security is at risk if emergency, utilities, and refuse collection vehicles cannot drive without delay beyond the works at 5 Eagle Place. And we have useful photos there in the file to demonstrate what I mean by that. The current CTMP for this planning application was lodged after the consultation deadline, and in any case, it is the same as the one lodged for the 2018 planning application, which is now superseded by this new application. Note that this CTMP in 2018 was already rejected by the planning committee, so it is still to be rejected now. Our request is that a new CTMP is drafted, submitted to the consultation with residents, amended to take into account our comments and suggestions. Only then should the new CTMP be submitted for approval. We do welcome the Council Officer's report by the Director of Planning and Place, which recommends that a CTMP is consulted and resubmitted to. The access and security issues are so consequential and of such magnitude that a condition to the approval of the CTMP in 2018 was that it should be brought back to the Planning Committee, and we request that the same applies to this new CTMP, to be brought back to the Planning Committee. So, in summary, we ask a new construction traffic management plan. We ask for full consultation with residents, and we ask for the new plan to be submitted to the Planning Committee. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much indeed. Now, I think the applicant is also here, Mr. Banner.
Good evening, Chair.
Good evening, sir. Yeah.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to address you. I'd like to say a few words to explain why Tatiana, my wife, and I are making this application, and what it's actually for. We bought 5 Eagle Place in 2016, and it was, and I'm afraid to say still is, in a fairly poor internal state of repair, which gave us a chance to buy a house in an area we couldn't otherwise afford, and to do it up over time and turn it into a lovely family home. And over the next few years, this committee kindly gave us planning permission for various improvements, including a policy-compliant basement, converting the garage, changes to the fenestration, and a roof terrace. We then obtained a single permission to cover all of those in one permission because it was easier for everybody, including the council and neighbours and ourselves, to work from. We implemented that consolidated permission to make a material start, meaning that the permission is extant forever and it's been certified as such. So it's the baseline, which we will implement if we can't get this alternative. However, we then had to delay building the rest of the consent out due to, firstly, the demands of 2 new kids, followed by the pandemic, and then more recently the war in Ukraine, where Tatiana is from and has family, and that's preoccupied us very last couple of years. Now we do want to build it out, but we'd just like to make one change to the approved plans, and it's one change alone, namely that at roof level, the roof extension in place of part of the terrace. That will enable us to have a high-quality work-from-home space, which will make it easier to balance work and looking after the 2 young kids, as well as providing space for Tatiana's Ukrainian family. Visits from them are becoming more and more frequent in order to provide some respite from the war, and the additional space internally will help make those visits more comfortable for them. We don't currently have enough space for them all to be bedded. One of them has to sleep on the floor. Aside from that one change at roof levels, the plans are exactly the same as what you've already approved. The objections relate to the elements which already have your consent, not the changes. And just to be clear, like the earlier permission, the construction impacts of the basement can and will be dealt with by conditions. We've got absolutely no problem with preserving the previous condition on the extant consent for, prior to the basement works commencing, a new CTMP to be submitted and approved. Absolutely fine with that, and fine for it to come back to the committee and be consulted. So absolutely no issue with preserving that baseline. It must be pre-basement, because it relates to basement only, but subject to that, we're completely content with that. The roof extension itself, the one change, is similar to and in keeping with others that have been consented, as you've seen and heard, in the Mews, and as the report explains, it won't have any adverse visual or other impacts. So therefore, Chair, members of the committee, we humbly ask for your consent in the terms recommended by the Officer's report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Colleagues, any questions? No? I think that perhaps I'd just like to ask the applicant, actually. Have I understood you correctly, sir, that you are quite content for there to have to be a new CTMP drawn up? Because I think an issue which has been raised is that the old one, which is obviously from several years back, there were sort of inaccuracies about dimensions of the street and other details. That you're quite happy for that. That's you're quite content.
The short answer to that, I'll give you the short is yes, provided that the trigger is prior to commencement of the basement, because we want to make a start on things like the windows, etc. Whilst we deal, because it relates to the basement impacts. But yes, absolutely. And just pursuing that point, I mean, quite often CTMPs in relatively constrained areas, for example, there's an agreement to use small vehicles or smaller vehicles. For example, I think it's Nissan Cabster. It's a narrower bodied truck, which I think, looking at some of the photographs, would be able to move along the street without blocking the street. Is that the sort of thing? Yes, I mean, I think so. To be fair to say, advisors would. I think we'd have to use small vehicles for the reasons you've seen. So yes.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. Any other questions? No. Okay. Well, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. If you can turn your microphone off now. So that's good. So any questions to officers about this? Sonia.
Thank you. Yes, just one question. Does the proposed front elevation depart from the height on the rest of all the other houses on Eagle Place? And if so, is that in keeping with the conservation area?
Thank you. It would, I mean, at roof level, it's going to get higher because there will be that additional sunroom, but it's set well back because there's a small terrace proposed to the front. And they are, although it's in the conservation area, these buildings are quite modern. There's another example in the group across the road, has lots of extensions, so we're very comfortable that it preserves the conservation area, even with that additional height.
No. Okay, well, I think we can make a decision. I think the question of the CTMP is the key one here, and we've heard from a lady who's a neighbour right at the end of Eagle Place. That's important. And I think the idea that the CTMP might come back to committee, I think is probably a reasonable idea. Would you go along with that? Yes. Okay. Well, in that case, I would suggest that with that proviso that we're saying the CTMP does have to come back to committee, the recommendation is to grant with all of the other conditions set out in the report.
Just in the addendum.
And in the addendum report as well. Yes, well, the CTMP, CTMP, it relates to the development, but it needs to come back before the basement construction starts. That would be my understanding. Perhaps Fiona Gray.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. The way it's worded is before any basement starts, the CTMP shall be approved, and we'll add an informative to say must be heard by committee, determined by committee.
Yes, I think that's right, because there are other aspects of the development, like, for example, something to do with windows or something, that could start very quickly. So on that basis, The recommendation is to grant with the CTMP to come back to us, and that would have to happen before the basement work aspect of the development started. Can I see those in favour on that basis? So that's agreed. Unanimous. Thank you. We'll just take a break for a couple of minutes now, please. Thank you.
Even this one works.
Okay, we can resume. So the next case to consider is the application at 15 Selwood Place, and Jonathan Kwok is going to introduce this. Jonathan.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application site is at 15 Selwood Place. It's planning permission and listed building consent is sought for the construction of a single-story basement beneath the rear garden and a replacement and extension of rear ground floor extension with roof lights. The presentation appears not to be on the screen at the moment.
Laptop. Top left. Top laptop. Hold it up.
Let's
Yep.
just get
All right.
that up on the screen.
Can everyone see? Right, that's good.
That's just coming up.
Right, so this is the site location plan with the site outlined in red. And the site boundary does include the rear garden, which has access from Elm Place. And this is just a Google satellite image to show where the site is and is outlined in red. This is the existing basement plan. The site does have an existing original basement that is in situ before 1948, and officers have no other evidence to demonstrate that the cellar is not original. This is the existing ground floor plan. There is an existing extension to the rear of the site where the cursor is now. This is the first floor plan. No alterations will be made to the first floor. This is the existing rear elevation, the existing section drawing, the existing side elevation and section drawings. This is the proposed basement level plan. The proposed basement will not be connected to the existing cellar, and the size of the basement would comply with policy CL7 of the local plan 2019. This is the proposed ground floor plan. The replacement rear extension will be slightly enlarged, but is considered acceptable in size and designed by officers. This is the first floor plan. There will be roof lights proposed for the proposed ground floor extension. This is the section of a proposed section which shows the proposed basement. The access staircase will be located at the proposed rear extension. This is a section drawing showing the proposed basement. This is a side elevation and section drawings to show the side view of the extension and the basement. This is a photo showing the existing rear extension on site. And these are photos to show the existing rear elevation of the main building. This is the photo showing the rear garden with access from Elm Place. Officers have recommended to the committee to grant planning permission and list the building consent with the conditions listed in section 8 of this report. Thank you. This is the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much. We've got speakers registered, so if I can ask the objector, please, are you present, sir?
Yes.
Good. Okay. So please, when you're ready, you've got 3 minutes. So.
Perfect. My name is Jeff McGarity, and I am speaking on behalf of my clients in objection to this proposal. Having reviewed the proposed development alongside my clients, it is clear that the proposals actually fail to comply with the relevant planning policies and regulations, and the committee should refuse permission. First of all, in summary, the basement actually exceeds the 50% rule. The council has not assessed the demolition of an entire portion of the listed building as part of in line with their appropriate legal requirements, and part of the basement is being actually built underneath a listed building and affecting historic fabric. Having measured the plans using the RICS guidance in regards to gross external area, the basement will actually measure 37.8 metres squared in floor area, and the garden actually measures 72.8 metres squared. So this, in essence, means that the basement proposed will be 51.2% of the garden area. This has been verified by many of my colleagues, and this therefore fails to meet the requirements of policy CL7. This is a quantitative measurement, and there will be no room for interpretation or material considerations when assessing this. This is a stated fact. Furthermore, the property was listed on the 15th of April 1969. And within the committee report and within the evidence supplied, that shows that the proposed extension that's going to be demolished is statutory listed at the time, or it has been there ever since it's been first listed by the council, who were the body who recommended it to be listed. The proposals will remove the entire extension, as declared, which was built prior to the listing, and the removal will result in the demolition of this part of the listed building, and there's no reference to the demolition of this within the description of development. Replacement does not meet the satisfactory requirements as set out in various case law, including the application to Save Britain's Heritage versus Lancaster City Council and the Secretary of State back in 2011. Demolition must be included in the description of development. We wish to also highlight that the NPPF sets out that any harm or loss to a heritage asset should require justification, and the assessment of the level of harm is required to be carried out and presented by the council. This has not occurred, in our view, in regards to the 1960s extension. The report needs to set out the significance of the extension and give appropriate historic weight to the proposals. We have also fundamentally feel that the demolition of such a significant part of the listed building constitutes harm, and the level of harm needs to be provided by the local authority. Furthermore, the basement can only facilitate the size that it is by demolishing a significant portion of the listed building. As we have set out, it exceeds 50% of the building, and it can only be that size because they're demolishing a significant portion of the listed building and affecting fabric that was found at the time of listing, including the foundations and the extension. So, and finally, there is significant concern about the CTMP, about the construction management, and similar, should the council wish to approve this, which we strongly recommend that you don't, we would recommend, similarly to the previous application, considering the small access to the rear that was shown in the last photograph, where all the construction traffic and subcontractors will have to go through, that should be presented back to the planning committee as part of it, as part of the condition.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Now I think actually the applicant is also present, is that right? Yes. Yes. So in similar fashion, you've got actually slightly over 3 minutes, so please, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm the owner of number 15 Selwood Place, not a developer. My wife Julie and our children, Sam and Alice, are really eager to live in our new house in Selwood Place as soon as possible. We've divided our improvement works into 2 phases. The first phase is currently well underway after the planning and listing building consents were granted earlier this year. This involves internal alterations to enhance the layout of the first floor and general tidying up and redecoration, so that we're able to move in later this year and be part of the local community. The second phase of our proposal is for replacement of the old rear extension that was mentioned earlier today, just now, was built in the 1960s. This had previously been agreed to be demolished in a previous application by the last owner in 1996, and it's a very narrow, slim kitchen extension, which we've discussed with the planners, and there's never been any mention that that would be an issue to remove that. And in preparing our presentation, we've been in contact with our neighbours, initially by letter and more recently through face-to-face meetings, and some of them have actually been inside the property to see the quality and the progress of phase one. We've also worked with the officers, initially with a pre-planning site meeting to discuss the internal works, and more recently, during consideration of this current application, this allowed us to incorporate all of their recommendations of the Conservation Officer into our designs. As a result, you'll note that this application has been recommended for approval, and the Officer's report confirms that our proposals comply fully with all aspects of the Council's basement policy, including traffic planning and demolition of existing parts. We're aware that some of the neighbours remain concerned about the proposal, and from speaking with them, we understand this is primarily due to fears regarding the temporary impact of the construction process rather than the proposal itself once completed. We do very much appreciate that construction will be disruptive and that we need to ensure the project is carefully and sensitively managed. We intend to ensure this is the primary focus of our contractor. We will, of course, also be complying fully with the Council's requirement in terms of traffic management, hours of operation, noise, etc., and also be doing other things, like we're currently doing on site, parking our vehicles in off-site parking areas, not in Selwood Place, picking up litter and regularly washing down pavements, not having loud music systems, and many more things so that our contractors can not make a negative impact on the road. In addition, as I mentioned earlier, my family and I will be living in the property following the completion of the Phase 1 works, and therefore will be ideally placed to ensure the Council's guidelines are followed and the neighbours' interests are seriously considered every day during the construction. We're therefore confident that we can ensure any impact will be minimised to reasonable levels, and we do hope that members feel able to support the Officer's recommendation to approve our application. Julie and I would be happy to answer questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Colleagues, questions to either party? Anybody? Sonia, you go first.
Thank you. A question to the applicant. Are you able to explain a little bit more about where the actual basement will be located? Because obviously you've heard the comments made by the objector around this, including a demolition of a proportion of the existing building and connecting that with the basement. I'm reading that the basement is mostly located underneath the rear garden and part of it underneath the proposed rear extension.
That's correct.
Does any part of the basement fall underneath the original building?
No, so the original building built in 1830s had various extensions over time. The most recent one is the 1960s single-storey extension in the rear, which is a very old, very narrow extension. It's about 1.5 metres wide, and it juts across the back of the garden. It's quite ugly, by everyone's admission. The intention is to remove that extension and to replace that with a new extension, very similar in size to the extension that was actually approved by you in 1996. So we're looking at doing something very, very similar to that. And the new basement will be solely underneath that part of the building. It will not be underneath the original 1830s building. It will not connect to the existing coal hole, as we call it, which is at the front. It's not a basement, it's a little, very small cellar. There's a boiler in there, and that's about it. So they're very distinct. They're probably 8 metres apart, and there is no intention whatsoever to connect them two together.
Thank you, Chairman. Question to Mr. Magarati, the objector's representative. Sorry. I know in your speech you raised the point about CL Policy 7, the basement exceeding the threshold limit, whether it's over 50%. I'll come back to the officers about the confusion about that one. If the basement, proposed basement, is within the limit or within the threshold of the council policy, CL7, would objection be withdrawn? Thank you.
Well, that element of it would be. It's a policy consideration that's set out in the development plan. The local plan is, and this has been in place since 2016, this 50% rule. It's not a case of fundamentally the basement has to be of that size, not only for removing kind of artificial fields of the garden, but also for drainage. And this is one other kind of element of our concerns that we can fit into the 3 minutes, is that the 50% and the layout of that garden is very unique. We've seen the side access, which is long and narrow, and it basically forms two sections of that garden. And that garden, the long and narrow section will be undeveloped, will be used for contractors to walk through, to store materials, but the main portion of the garden will be almost entirely occupied by this basement and very close to other listed buildings in Selwood Place. So there's issues and concerns about drainage and where the water is going to go, etc. But fundamentally, the measurement of the basement, which my colleagues, myself, has done using various different applications and ways of doing it, has shown consistently that it exceeds the 50%, and it is a small excess. We agree, we're fine with saying that, but fundamentally it's a quantitative measurement and it exceeds the 50% rule.
Thank you. Chairman, and any counter answer by the applicant? Thank you.
Yeah, if you don't mind, thank you very much. Yeah, I'd just like to say the rear garden at the moment, including the passage at the side, is nearly entirely paved with lovely Yorkstone pavers, which we intend to lift up carefully and remove and then replace. So once the basement is constructed, there won't be any change to the garden as it is at the moment. In addition, we will be installing extra drainage into the development, which will increase the surface runoff very significantly in the area. So we're actually enhancing runoff by nature of doing the basement plan we're doing. There has been, since the objections were made to the original application, various discussions between the planning team and my specialist team as well about this issue of 50%. And I know, I'm sure Mr. Kwok will explain in a moment, but our people have redone the calculations numerous times and are very convinced the percentage is within the 50% rule when they've done it by using the actual AutoCAD plans, the actual drawings of the property, rather than scaling from a planning submission. So they've been able to do it very accurately. And we've shared them with the planning team, which is why they're confident, well, I'm sure I'll let them speak, but why we believe they're confident that it is within the 50% rule. But if that is a condition of the application, we'd be very happy to accept that. And if we needed to reduce the size of the basement very slightly, then that would be absolutely fine. We'd be willing to do that as a condition of the granting of the application. Thank you.
Just a quick question for the objector. I note in your speech you talked about how the applicants are demolishing part of a listed building, but my understanding from the application is the only part being demolished is the 1960s extension. Would you not agree that in a conservation area and for a Regency listed building of this type, demolishing a foreign 1960s structure can only be a good thing?
No. It's part of the listing. It was listed at the time. There is special significance of that. That assessment was carried out during the process of listing the building back in 1969. That extension existed at the time of the listing. We are not in a position necessarily now to question the logic behind that listing, and there needs to be an assessment of its significance, which hasn't been done as part of the application process. There's no real detailed heritage assessment, and furthermore, we're unsatisfied with the assessment that has been done by the case officer during the course of the application and the committee report. it needs to be done. It is a requirement, a legal requirement of the council to do that assessment, and it should be required by the applicants. It hasn't been done, so that's by the by. But you are required to carry out an assessment of the significance of the property and the elements that are going to be refused, demolished.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. So, colleagues, our opportunity to ask officers. I'd like to actually ask about this point about the listing. I mean, I think that in the report there's reference to the building actually was damaged in the war. There was bomb damage in the war. You help me. My recollection is that what the objector says is sort of it's a sort of yes and no case, in the sense that everything about a listed building forms part of the consideration. So, for example, I don't know if there was a 1962 kitchen cupboard. That is actually part of the listed building, and it's part of the fabric. But the issue of what significance that might have might be a matter for our judgment. Is that correct? It's not just about the very obvious business of something, a Regency building that is of obviously high status that was built in 1830 or 1840.
Yes, Chairman, you're correct. So the building was listed in 1969, and it is known that there are extensions after the war due to bomb damage. We have considered the listing, the impact, the heritage significance of the 1960 extension, and it is formed part of the listing. But I've consulted with our in-house heritage officers, and we do not consider that the loss of the 1960s extension would be a significant harm to the built out, maybe potentially 100 years after the original building has been built, and therefore we have considered, in an overall balance, that the 1960s extension would have a negative impact on the listed building. So on this basis, we have considered that the replacement 1990s extension that was acceptable, and that the modernization with this replacement extension would also be acceptable.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Colleagues, any questions? Arian.
Thanks, Chairman. Very quickly, Chairman, just want the office to confirm on the CA policy 7, and then if this application meets that threshold, just for the clarity for the objectors and the applicants. Thanks.
Yes, so in terms of the quantitative assessment of the size of the basement, the applicant does have a drawing. Let me just check if it's on the presentation right now. But I have got the figures here. So the applicant does have a basement calculation drawing within part of the submission, which they have a measurement of 36.04 square meters of basement. I have personally measured the drawings in my capacity, and I've got 36.19 square meters, and that would be complying within the 50% of the size of the basement in compliance with policy CL7. This has also been confirmed by other planning officers in the department.
Any other questions? Will.
Thank you. Yes, question for Mr. Kwok. We heard from the objectors that they believe it's a legal requirement for council to have carried out a heritage survey. What would your response to that be, and if not, why haven't you carried out that survey?
Can I ask, Councillor, you mean heritage survey as in terms of an assessment of this building in relation to the development, or as in a general heritage survey?
I believe I was quoting what the objector says, so it would be the same terms in which the objector used.
I can repeat what
I'm
if you're happy.
Happy to allow, if the chairman would permit it, just very briefly, just to clarify what language was used, so the question can be answered, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you. It was the assessment on the impact of significance which is required by the council in assessing anything that's set out in the MPPF and set out in the relevant Town and Country Planning Act with the listed building. So that's what I meant, rather than a survey per se.
And if you don't believe it's a legal requirement to have that carried out, that's fine. But I'd just like to know, because it's a point that the objectors raised.
Thank you, Councillor. So it is a legal requirement to assess the impact of development on the significance of the heritage asset, in this case, the listed building, and we have carried out that assessment of the development in terms of the impact of the heritage asset. That has been detailed in the officer's report, and we have considered that, on balance, the proposed extensions would not be harmful to the heritage significance of the listed building.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we need to make a decision. I would actually suggest that on a slightly different tack, we've not mentioned it, but the thing that I'm most concerned about really is the nature of the location, and the fact that the CTMP is really quite, it needs to be done with quite a bit of care here, because you know, these roads are quite narrow. I mean, Elm Place is small and narrow. I would have thought the CTMP, it's condition 3. I'm very reluctant. I'm very reluctant to say that things should come back to committee, because it potentially can just clogs up agendas. But I think it is an unusual site, and I think probably the CTMP should come back, and I think that there's probably quite a good case for, again, using small vehicles and having quite a detailed, you know, there needs to be a detailed plan as to how exactly the back of this building would be accessed through the rather strange L-shaped garden. I mean, I would suggest that that's actually, to my mind, the most significant aspect of this. Any other thoughts about this? Anyone like to? Right. Well, it sounds as though perhaps we can move to a vote. I would suggest that we take on board the comments I've just made about the CTMP, and that should come back, because I think this is an important aspect to make the development acceptable. The recommendation is to grant with the conditions set out in the report. Can I see those in favour, please? So that is agreed. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And we also need to consider the listed building application. So the recommendation is that we agree to granting listed building consent as set out in the report. Can I see those in favour of that, please? So that is agreed as well. Thank you. If we can now move on to consider the application at 12 to 14 Pottery Lane, and I think that's back to the North Pack, and to Ronaldo. I think that's back with you, isn't it?
Yes, Councillor. Thank you very much, Chairman. So basically, it's 1214 Pottery Lane. Just to draw the committee's attention that there is an additional objection we mentioned in the addendum report. So, 1214 Pottery Lane. So, I had to remove that one. Strange. Oh, anyway. Yeah, okay. So 1214 Pottery Lane is on the eastern side of Pottery Lane, backing onto Portobello Portland Road, 65 and 67. The proposals relate to renovation of part of the rear wall by replacing the fiberglass wooden panel with bricks. So the left-hand side drawing we're having here, we have the rear elevation of the property, and the uppermost parts of it is made of fiberglass. The planters which are depicted on the drawings, they do not form part of the application. To the right-hand side, we have a, they are basically proposing to replace this fiberglass with bricks to match existing to the exact height. So, just for information, that there was a previous application which was withdrawn, and as part of that, they were proposing to raise slightly the height of this roof to meet. If you look at the right-hand side of each of the images in there, you will see an outline of the raised parapet wall, which steps up at number 16 to the north. So the previous application would raise up to that level, and then, but this application no longer does that. This one merely seeks to replace the existing to the same height, although with a different material. This is a depiction of the roof of the property. There is an informal use of roof going on there, but that is understood to have existed for a number of years because there are no conditions restricting the placement of planters and or garden furniture in there and access to the roof. So that does not form part of the application for information. So here I have included a photograph of the roof as existing, and basically where we can see those planters to the right-hand side of the property, we can see the raised parapet of number 16, which is slightly steps up. And this is looking down south, so basically the roof of number 12, showing the existing roof, which is, the existing situation. So there are no changes to the roof, by the way. It's just the rear parapet wall. No changes to the roof form or no addition of roof top items. It's just the rear elevation, which is here. And the applicant has explained that the reason why they are proposing this is to avoid water ingress, which they are having problems at the moment. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we've got speakers for this case. First of all, can I ask Ruth Saunders, are you with us? Ah, yes. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for bearing with us. I know it's becoming quite a long evening, but please, when you're ready, you have up to 3 minutes to go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm representing 7 of the most affected neighbours in Portland Road and Princetown Road, many of whom are here tonight, all of whom strongly oppose this application and feel badly and repeatedly let down by RBKC. If approved, this application will not preserve or enhance the character or appearance of the site in the Norland Conservation Area, nor safeguard the living conditions of the neighbours. It will allow an illegal, temporary fiberglass panelling that was never approved by RBKC to be replaced with a permanent brick wall, which for the first time in Pottery Lane turns a pitch roof into a flat roof that has 2 consequences. Firstly, it will permanently block daylight sunlight into Portland Road houses, given the original roof was pitched to allow light into them. And secondly, it will encourage use of a first floor roof terrace, given the owners have requested to deck parts of the roof with grass, creating noise and overlooking to many neighbouring houses on Portland Road, Princetown Road and Pottery Lane, which have bedrooms, including very young children's bedrooms, just a few feet away from the terrace. As well, it will also create increased paraphernalia on the roof, which does not accord with Northern planning policy, interrupting the Pottery Lane roofline and creating a danger for people on the terrace and in the gardens on Portland Road and on the pavement below due to the lack of safety features. We dispute 3 assertions in the report. Firstly, the temporary fiberglass panelling put up illegally in 2018 to raise the rear roof slope into a flat roof should have been removed as instructed in the 2019 enforcement notice, given it is contrary to local policies CL 1, 2, 3, 6, 8 and 11. Neighbours subsequently met with RBKC's enforcement team to complain, but nothing was done. Secondly, the temporary fiberglass panelling has never been a permanent part of the building as it rests on top, and so should not form part of this application as a pre-existing structure. Thirdly, in 2018, Derek Taylor, the then head of planning, confirmed in an email to me that the roof should not be used as a roof terrace, as without safety railings it breaches building regulations. Additionally, if approved, this application will open the floodgates to other flat roofs and first floor roof terrace applications in Pottery Lane. I strongly urge the committee to reject this application.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Now, I think the applicant and the applicant's architect are both are here. Yes, so please, in similar fashion, when you're ready, you have up to 3 minutes as well.
Yeah, hello, good evening. Thank you for listening to us. So we're not at all talking about the terrace, which has been approved by the borough in 2018. We, my client, Mr. and Mr. Joseph, so Mr. Joseph is here and Mr. Joseph is behind, bought this house in August 2022. It was stipulated that the terrace has been approved, and they have the paper saying that the terrace has been approved. We're not changing the terrace, we're not changing anything about that. We're just changing basically the material of a wall that is existing. Why we are changing it is because since they arrived, we've been working in the house and they've been having water infiltrations, and we realized it come from these fiberglass panels, and because of that it creates infiltration in the house, and not just on this level, on the 3 levels of the houses. So basically we are in a conservative area, and we're changing this panel which was there when they bought it, which was approved when they bought it, and to modify it with bricks. We're not changing any heights, we're just changing it to have a relevant nice aesthetic brick wall to avoid infiltration and actually to improve the view of the neighbors. So we're not changing the height, so there's no damage concerning the view. There's nothing, this hasn't changed. The terrace has been approved. We're not changing the terrace, we're changing just this panel that is causing infiltration and damages to the house. We have to do something about this panel. And just on an aesthetic point of view, it's a conservative area, so this is why we propose to put it in bricks as the rest of the wall. And when you look at the elevation, it really represents the upper part of the wall. So it's nothing really tremendous changes. It's really something to improve. And Mr. and Mrs. Joseph did it really in a good will to improve the conservative area in that way. And there was nothing more to that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Aaron.
Thank you, Chairman. Do you have access to the panel upstairs?
We have access when you are on the roof. You can have access on the side, but it's so high. When you bend, you can see it, but there's no. I mean, you're not in front of it. It's actually the neighbor. We didn't even know it existed. It's only when we started doing the works we realized there was infiltration. That's where we realized the wall was not actually complete to the top. You have access when you're on the roof and you just bend down, but there's a visual access from the neighbors. But so from the roof you have access.
Question for the applicant. Can I invite you to respond to the assertions that were made that the fiberglass panel currently there was erected illegally and an enforcement notice was served in 2019?
So we had, my clients were not there, not at the time, were not owners. They bought the house and it was stipulated, they have the document, that the terrace has been approved. So if the structure is not well done, they try to improve the structure, but it's not their fiberglass panel that they put in. We found it like this, and we found it because of the infiltration, basically. So what we're proposing is just to improve everything, not to damage the rest of the house. I thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just talk a second, please? Hi, I'm the owner of 1214 Poetry Lane. So when the officer came to the house to check the height and everything we were proposing, he also came with the enforcement officer, so she checked everything that was in place. And we follow every guidance she gave us. So today, the planning is not about the terrace, it's only about the leakage and the infiltration that we have. We are a young family just moved in the area, we're respecting the conservative area. The only thing we're asking is just to repair our roof to have a good and a safe house for our kid.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Questions to officers. I've got a question. So the proposed development is for the replacement of this fiberglass sort of panel with bricks. Am I right in thinking that this panel, the fact it's there, that does represent existing development? In other words, this fiberglass panel, it doesn't have the status, I don't know, a planter or something that you could remove. I don't know. It's sorry to sound it's a rather pedantic and somewhat legalistic sort of question, but can I just ask about that?
Well, basically, because it's intrinsic to the property, it's attached to the property, attached to the land, it's a structure which has existed. So I met with the enforcement officer, I went on site as well, I had meetings with her after the site inspection, and we analyzed photographs, and basically in 2018, 2019, which the officer confirmed it was the first time she began dealing with this property, familiarized with this property, some unauthorized works have been implemented to the roof. And I think I summarized here within the box, unauthorized works comprising raising of the rear roof slope to form a flat surface, the installation of timber decking on the flat surface, and the installation of timber railings. So the officer said that the owners of the property, I don't know if the present owners or the previous one, at the time, an enforcement notice was drafted and issued. However, the owners of the property, they have removed all the aspects which were unlawful at the time. And because of that, the council withdrew the enforcement notice because they have been quick in acting. So the account of the officer to myself is that rear parapet, which is in there at the moment, or more or less the shape of the roof, which is in there, has existed then. And because that was 2018, at the time she already considered that was lawful, was beyond it, wasn't being included within the requirements for removal within the enforcement notice. Since then, another 4 years have passed. So my conclusion is that part of the property is now lawful because it's immune from enforcement action. And this proposal seeks to replace that with an atypical material, let's say, with something which is uniform now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. If I may, just pursuing this, the description of development for what's in front of us simply relates to the replacement of this panel with bricks. I mean, we've heard about there's clearly a long history, all kinds of things going on over many years by the sound of it. But The proposal in front of us is actually something very, very straightforward and simple. It's the replacement of this panel with brick to the same height. Is that right? So, there are conditions that obviously are set out that make it clear that you know, there have to be approved drawings, the materials have to match the existing, and that the work can only be conducted to the rear wall, and the overall height has to match the existing. Yeah, is that correct? Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah. So basically, the shape of the roof which is there, we are being very cautious here with the wording of this condition. Nothing, if the applicants do change that, they may, you know, it doesn't form part of this application. Basically, this application only relates to the rear upper parapet wall replacement. That's all. Not to the shape of the roof, to the gradient of the existing roof in there, and not to the use or not of the roof as a terrace.
Any questions? No, I'm sorry, can't. Any questions about this? Will, yes.
So just a quick one, if I may, Chairman. Just so it's completely clear in my head, this fiberglass panel, there was the enforcement notice in 2019, was that served against the panel, and is it still live? And were we to approve this application, would that mean that, well, clearly the fiberglass panel would go, so we would never then be able to reduce the height of this wall? Is that all correct, or have I got that wrong?
I don't know if I fully understand, but I will try to respond. So basically, the 2019 enforcement notice, as this roof is used informally as a roof terrace, I think there is a temptation to anyone who moves into the property to first idea, let's add some railings in here, let's make it properly safe. So the previous owners, perhaps, I don't know if they, in 2019, they installed railings, they improved the decking in there, and they changed this slightly the gradient of the roof at number 12. Whilst we do recognize that there are no conditions in there which preclude the use of this roof as a terrace, we can control any changes to the roof and the structures. Because as you can see, perhaps from that photo, there is no precedent for roof structures in there, permanent roof structures in there. So then we told them we would not support it as part of the application, and we issued an enforcement notice. Those structures have since been removed. However, according to the accounts of the conservation of the enforcement officer who I met and who familiarized herself with the property since around 2018 and 2019, and who has in fact drafted the enforcement notice then, she said the roof as it stands is, according to her, is what existed then. And at the time they didn't take it down, and they closed the enforcement notice because she said they were of the view at the time that parapet or that roof form which we see there was already either lawful or beyond, we couldn't take enforcement action basically, so it was already lawful. I'm just pointing out that since 2018 till now, we have another 4 to 5 years have passed, and that structure is there. So my view as a planning officer is that that structure is lawful by reason of the time it has existed, and that these proposals seek to replace that plasticky upper parapet, which is not a typical material, with bricks to match existing. And that's why it is my view that these proposals would preserve the character and appearance of conservation area. There was a previous application submitted for this site to raise that parapet wall so that it would tally with the rear parapet wall of number 16, which is the property adjacent directly to the north. It's this application plus other works to the property, i.e. railings again, etc., etc. We said, no, we are not supportive of that. So this application, they are not proposing any of that. The planters, we can't take enforcement action because they are movable features, but the rear parapet wall, they are now dropping slightly, or not dropping, sorry. Before they were raising, now they are keeping exactly to the same height. And the condition ensures that they would not be able to do anything differently apart of changing the material.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No. You know, there's a lot of history here, but what's in front of us is actually something very, very narrow issue, which is about the replacement of this, sounds rather strange, fiberglass panel with bricks to exactly the same dimensions or very, very similar dimensions. There are conditions set out in the report which mean that the materials have to match. I think it really is quite straightforward. I mean, we might be able to imagine all kinds of applications that might come forward, but that's not what's in front of us. Okay, so I'm going to take a vote. The recommendation is to grant with the conditions set out here. Can I see those in favour, please? Can I see those against? Okay, well that's actually 2-2. In that case, I have a casting vote. I think because on the basis of the narrowness of the matter in front of us, I would cast my casting vote in favour of granting permission. So that is granted on that basis. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Right. Thank you. So we can now move on to consider the application at 12 Holland Park. And I think, Fiona, you're going to do that, aren't you?
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Oh, do you want to break?
Oh, sorry.
Aaron, oh, yes. Sorry. Councillor Aretti is leaving the committee for the time being. So it'll be the three of us considering this. And three, we are core-rate in making a decision with three. Okay, thanks, Aaron. Okay, so Fiona, when you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So just draw members' attention firstly to the addendum report. Planning permission and listed building consent are sought for a basement below the rear garden of this property, and associated works detailed in that development description. Just turn you to an aerial image of the site and the surrounding context. And another view for you there. And this is the application property. So you'll note in the report we talk a lot about the existing basement, and there's a good image there that shows you that existing basement. Some photographs of the property to the rear. Contextual photographs showing that very large green rear garden. So turning to the slides, this is the existing site plan on the top and the proposed site plan on the bottom. And you can see in red that the outline of that existing basement level. And planning permission is sought for kind of a lateral extension under the rear garden to it. A very large extension, but one which officers have concluded complies with CL7, and an existing pavilion replaced with a new pavilion structure here. So existing and proposed rear elevations, cross-section through the existing site, existing again, existing lower ground floor, and proposed lower ground floor. And this is the proposed basement extension with the swimming pool discussed again in detail in the report. So members have all of these documents within the pack, but just turning again the proposed section, and you can see there the relationship between the existing basement that will connect to the proposed, and another section through section through. And finally, that swimming pool. And there's a lot of discussion within the report about the depth of the basement, and you can see there is a generous topsoil there to allow for the ground level, the garden level to be retained. And one final section through. Officers are recommending approval for the application, subject to the suite of basement conditions included. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So we have a number of people registered to speak. On the objector side first, who's going to actually present this? Who's going to be the lead objector? Amanda, yes, hi. Yeah. Okay, so Amanda, you're going to go ahead. So whenever you're ready, please, Amanda, go ahead.
Thank you. When considering this application, it is important to realize the policy justification for CL7 basements noted, this is important, the impact in the quality of life, traffic management, and living conditions of nearby residents are a material consideration, and as such must be considered when you're determining this application. Wanting a swimming pool in your back garden is one thing, but building one that will take 2.5 years to construct with constant disruption is offensive. This is a listed building. It is not a commercial site nor a mansion block for numerous homes. It is huge, and it's for one owner. The CTMP submitted is a draft, with the officer's report recommending in condition 16 that a full one be submitted. We're not sure why a draft is submitted, as a builder has already been appointed and actually, as I understand, is registered tonight. The CTMP is the best way to judge the impact of a basement. Page 18 of the CTMP says the project will last 63 weeks. Page 19 says it will last 2.5 years. Construction traffic is limited to 9:30 to 4:30, but 53 weeks of the program extends by 2 hours on those days. 53 weeks. CL7 resist excavation in no more, excavation is to be no more than half the garden, and the depth of a single unit is to be 3 to 4 meters, with the swimming pool allowing for a small increase. This is not a single story, nor is the depth a small allowance. The slab to slab heights vary from 4.6 meters to 6.5 meters, with the overall depth at 9.6 meters. The officer's report also fails to mention some of our and others' objections. A material consideration is the quantity of the soil removal. The total volume of the removed soil for this site will be 2,600 cubic meters. To put it in perspective, the largest grab lorry holds only 14 cubic meters. With 2,600 cubic meters, 190 fully loaded grab lorries is needed. And if they use the 6-yard skips, there will be 570 of them. And this is just for the spoil and backfill, not for the construction materials. The basement is larger than 50% of the garden. The calculation does not include the existing basement, which it should. And with the existing basement, it's 4.5 larger than allowed. This is not a single area, as required by policy, but a lateral wedge into the garden with 3 sections, one of which is not even able to plant on. The policy and the justification for the basement requires that the remaining garden is in one contained section. This is 3. The office report also mentions the NPPF, particularly benefits in public, the London Plan, also they exclude the supplementary planning documents of air quality, Holland Park Conservation Area appraisal, greening, transport and streets, planning and listed building and conservation areas Act 1990, controlled waste regulations of 2012. The officer also relies on informatives, but informatives are not unenforceable. Even conditions can be altered.
I'm going to have to...
Last sentence.
Yeah.
There are policies which this application is contrary to, and there are major planning considerations: the impact of the quality of the life, the traffic management, and the living conditions of the nearby residents, which the committee must consider in determining this application. We're also here for any questions, and there are other people who have registered to speak if there are structural questions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Now, I think the applicant is represented. Is Alex Graham of Savills here? Who's going to lead for the applicant? Okay, thanks very much. Well, when you're ready, I think actually probably got more like 4 minutes, in fact. But please go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, for your time this evening. I'm Alex Graham, the planning consultant for the owner of this property. As background, this application is part of a wider set of enhancements to this listed building to create a family home for an existing long-term resident of this borough. I will try to go through all the objections points raised, but firstly, as the officer's report sets out in detail, this application fully complies with all aspects of the Royal Borough's basement policy. And just turning to some of those specifics, the 50% point, the basement does not exceed 50% of the open part of the site. It only covers 43.9%, and that's including areas of the pavilion that you saw in the back of the property. This is based on accurate survey and drawing information. There's also suggestion that the light wells should not be included in the open part of the site, but they are correctly included in that because that's what's required by your basement SPD. So we have followed that and agreed that with your officers. The SPD also states that on a detached house like this, the front and rear gardens can be combined as one area. So what we're showing is very much a worst case in terms of the maximum coverage of this site with basement. The unaffected garden is in a single area. It is in a sort of U shape. The whole point of that part of the policy is to ensure that the areas of undeveloped land are close to neighbouring gardens. The rear of the park, the rear of the property is Holland Park, so isn't a neighbouring garden. So the area has been focused on the neighbouring land to encourage tree growth along the edges. In terms of the number of stories, it's clearly one story. The basement is only stepped, as your officers have said, in order to meet the policy requirements to maintain the garden level and to provide the topsoil coverage above this. The size of the basement is up to 4 metres, which again is allowed by policy, and the ceiling heights generally are much less than this, except for the plant room, where they're between 2.7 and 3.15. This is to allow the necessary services you need, air circulation, floor and ceiling build-ups, once the structure has gone in. Again, the swimming pool is a standard approach and standard depth. It's based on the government's HSE guidance for swimming pools, and it's the same basement depth and swimming pool depth that many other applications have been approved with. And we mentioned a number of them in the planning statement, 10 Ilchester Place, 20 Gilston Road, there are many more. In terms of the CTMP, there's been a lot of work done on that. We've consulted on it. As you say, Nightbuild are the appointed contractor to take that forward, and they have a great track record in the borough. Your own officers have reviewed that in detail, and the CTMP is, and I quote, well considered and no objection is raised. We do know that a final CTMP will be made, and we will pick up the points in the informatives that refer to that. So just to try and wrap up, I'm not sure how much time I have left, but we've submitted an application that is in full accordance with all aspects of your policies and guidance. No objections are raised by your officers on any aspect of the basement policy, heritage, trees, construction traffic, air quality, contamination or noise. There are benefits with the proposal, which include the long-term investment in this listed building as a family home and a significant and highly sustainable ground source heat pump system which will deliver 90% carbon reductions on a traditional gas boiler. Your officers have reached a very clear recommendation to approve, and I would only ask that you endorse this based on the clear facts presented. I do, as you saw by the list, have a number of other people registered to speak from the design team, and they are here to answer any more technical questions if you need them to. Thank you.
Thank you. That's understood. Colleagues, so who would like to go first? Sonia.
And to the applicant, the objector Amanda Frame mentioned that there were quite a few inconsistencies in the report concerning the length of time this will take to construct. Are you able to provide some clarity?
Sorry, Dominic from Nightbuild. Yeah, the 63-week duration is mentioned in several locations, and that 123-week duration is a typo on the whatever page that was on. So obviously there will be a condition to submit the final CTMP. It'll be a pre-commencement condition, and that will be picked up then.
I think the other point is that the 63 weeks is for the structural element of the basement, so the frame of it essentially, and the 123 weeks is the whole period, including all fitting out internal work. So in terms of heavy lifting, if you like, for large spoil removal and concrete, that is it within the 63 weeks.
A question for the objector, Amanda Frame. I note in many of the public comments that the loss of trees was mentioned. I wonder whether you could comment upon that further and perhaps just address the point made by officers that the trees do not have any public amenity value. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Well, I mean, public amenity is public. This is not. This is a swimming pool for one family. And the NPPF actually, as an earlier statement was said, that you need to weigh it against the significant harm, whether it is, and if it's significant harm, it has to weigh against public benefit. What is the public benefit of a 2.5-year contract that is going to make the lives of everyone around that site hell for one family having a swimming pool? None. I don't know how to
And just very quickly on the point about trees, could you comment on that as well?
The trees, there's the most east. You can. Thank you.
There are 14 trees being removed, and the trees that are being retained, they're being compromised by the root protection area, where we're seeing losses of 27 and 32% loss of the root protection area. So significant impact on the trees. And it doesn't, also there isn't an assessment on the neighbouring trees, the properties on the neighbouring sites.
If I can get this on. Do other houses on the street, do any of them have large basements or swimming pools, and has that caused a disruption for neighbours? And if no one knows, that's fine.
Several of them have pools, but nothing of this scale.
wanting to scale back these basement constructions. So some of the big ones along that Holland Park Road, pre-basement ones.
Can I ask the applicant's team about trees? I mean, 14 trees being removed. I mean, I agree it's a very large site, but that does seem quite a lot. Do you have any particular comment about that? I mean, is there analysis about what sort of trees are being removed and what retained?
Yes, absolutely. I'll let Adam Hollis, who's prepared the arboricultural impact assessment, that's a mouthful, to comment on that. Thanks.
Hello. Yes, 14 woody perennials, if you like, are being removed. If we break that down, 16. Half of them are shrubs, half of them are small trees, and 2 of the trees that need to be removed, that are being removed, need to be removed anyway. So, in fact, we're talking about 6 shrubs, 6 trees, and 2 further trees that would have to be removed anyway, by agreement with your senior tree officer.
Sorry, can you speak up? But why would they have to be removed?
Because they're rotten.
Sorry, they're rotten?
Yes, they're diseased or rotten.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the senior tree officer's seen that.
All right.
He's been decided. We've involved him in all our deliberations.
Just on that, there's a replanting condition as well that goes with that. It's not just purely taking things out, it's replacing them as well.
I just wanted to follow up with a further question for the applicant based upon the comments of the gentleman over here about the root protection area. We heard the root protection area would be reduced by 27 to 30%. I wondered whether you could address that as well.
Yes, I think that's reference to desktop impacts, because when we first measure a tree, we can draw a root protection area through simply CAD work based upon the diameter of the tree. But if we find a significant impact, we then follow it up with actual in-the-field investigations. And in this case, again, in cooperation with RBKC's senior tree officer, we agreed the specification and location for a series of trial pits that were dug, and these found no roots in the impacted, at the limits of the impacted areas, along the line of the extremities of excavation for piling. So we could see that no significant roots would in fact be affected by those works and their excavation.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? No. Okay, thank you very much indeed. So, opportunity to ask officers about this. Who'd like to go first? Sonia.
Is it true that there are no other basements or pools of this scale on the street, and if not, why are we setting a new precedent through this application?
I don't have the details of all of them along there, but I know there are some very large basements along this stretch of Holland Park. I couldn't compare one or the other. I know some were done under the previous policy where you could have double basements up to 85% of the site, or more than double because there was no restriction on stories. So I can quickly show you some images of just the rear gardens where you can see how the context has changed. Bear with me 1 second. Yeah, so again, I don't have the exact dimensions, but you can see sort of giveaways that there are other basements there. You can see some roof lights in this rear garden and roof lights in this rear garden, just by way of example. But there's no external sort of manifestations of a similar degree proposed here.
can I just ask officers? I mean, the basement policy, which is a few years old now, it's framed in terms of 50% of the garden. I suspect quite a lot of people might feel that they would like to have a sort of absolute limit. Is there a way? Is there a mechanism within the way that CL7 is written to, in effect, give expression to that, or is there really? It's simply something that would have to, as part of a policy review, CL7 would have to be amended in order to give that effect. Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yes, yeah, I see where you're coming from, because the impact of this basement on such a large site, of such a large depth with the level change, will have a markedly different impact than one on a much smaller site with a much smaller garden. So I can appreciate there's differences between that. Nonetheless, it's kind of a permissive policy, and it's been written as such, and we believe it complies. Looking at the 50%, we've referred to the basement SPD and the figures included within that, including figure 2, that talks about the sort of garden extent and has diagrams. So I can appreciate this is a very, very large basement. I'm not shying away from that, but I believe it is policy compliant.
Yes, the only things that I can recall that might be comparable, I think it's actually not that far away from Holland Park. I think it might be Holland Villas Road, where, again, there are very, very large sort of ambassadorial residence type houses. And I think I can recall at least one massive basement in a huge plot in a house on that street. But there certainly can't possibly be many that are comparable to this, I think. Would that be your recollection in terms of the context that we're talking about?
Yes, and I think that's why you would have seen the applicant's timeline in their submission. We've thought about this very carefully and had to look very carefully at the objections received, because I can't think of a directly comparable example under policy CL7 now as it stands.
And the other issue I'd like to raise is one of trees. So we've heard that quite a lot of trees being removed. I mean, there's a lot of trees in the garden because it's such a big garden. Our own tree officers have presumably looked at the applicant's information they've provided, and they're satisfied that with the conditions that I think it's 4, 5, 6, isn't it? That the trees of value are indeed protected. We're quite clear about that, are we?
Yes, and our tree officer, on many cases, they don't necessarily need to go on site if they're categorised as low grade, and there's photos within that to support that. But in this particular case, given the number of objections and the level of concern, they actually visited the site as well to look at that and corroborate.
Okay. Well, thank you. Well, we need to make a decision. I don't think any of us are particularly pleased at this. It's obviously a monumental scheme that's of development that's proposed. We've heard that it does appear to be entirely compliant, and the length of time of construction is clearly going to be very substantial indeed. But I'm rather struggling to see a reason in which it is not compliant, other than being sort of rather vague. What do you feel about it? what do both of you feel?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think I share that view. In an ideal world, the basements policy may be different and there may be an absolute limit, but because we don't have that policy, we're bound by the current policy, and I find it difficult to find reason under the current policy where we can refuse this.
Sonia, what do you feel?
I share the same views. It is monumental, and I certainly don't feel comfortable if we were to set a sort of new precedent, but it's a tricky case, and it's difficult to find a reason to object that would be material to the case.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I mean, it's worth just very briefly as an aside, the basement policy itself was one which was brought in as something of a one-off. Obviously, an evidence base had to be produced. In principle, the idea that we might try and amend the basement policy by seeking to have an absolute level of the degree of development, in principle, it might be something that others could pursue, actually. It's something worth exploring, but that wouldn't be for us to explore. Okay, so in that case, the recommendation in front of us, first of all, the planning permission, is to grant permission with the conditions set out in the report. Can I see those in favour of granting, please? So planning permission is granted, and there's also obviously listed building consent. Can I see those in favour of granting listed building consent? So that's granted as well. Thank you very much. Can we now move on to consider the application at 66 Drayton Gardens, please? And Fiona, I think that's you again, isn't it?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I think
So that's
you've
in
got
the
me
South
for
Pack.
the last few cases. Sorry, just referring to my notes. So 66 Drayton Gardens, just again draw members' attention to the addendum report. And this application seeks planning permission for a roof extension and a terrace adjoining. So if we turn to the slide, you can see the group of properties that number 66 forms part of. They have these kind of double pitch, one at the front, one at the back. And there are other examples in that group where the roof has been compromised. So looking at some photographs, you can see that existing roofscape. And here you can see the view from the rear garden of number 66 looking across to 60 to 64, including one which presents itself on the back wall. The existing floor plans are just shown there with that kind of the two different pictures, one at front and rear, and the proposed with that kind of centrally placed roof extension. It's in the existing section, and the proposed showing it rising above, and this is the terrace that's mentioned towards the rear of the site, so it's set back. Existing elevations and proposed with that extension setback with a terrace and setback behind that pitch. This visual I think is quite helpful just to show you it in context with the others and how it would be arranged on site. And another sort of closer visual there. And thank you, Chairman. That concludes my presentation. Officers are recommending approval.
Thank you very much. Now I think we have speakers. I think Lorraine Thompson. Hi. Well, thank you once again. Thank you so much for bearing with us. So please, when you're ready.
Just before I start, can I make it clear that I'm representing my neighbour at 26?
Yes, of
and
course.
also the Boltons Association as well. So
Okay.
I think I wrote to Jeremy about that, but since he's not here, I just thought I should be
No, that's
very
that's
clear.
understood. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, everybody. I'm going to speak like a train, and hopefully we
Well,
can
you've got
get
up to
out
3
of here
minutes.
quickly. So thanks for your forbearance. So we're highlighting 3 of the more material inaccuracies and 2 gaps that are in this report. 62 Drayton Gardens built a bedsit roof addition, no terrace, on this 5-house block, apparently without planning permission. It broke the terrace skyline, and 2 hugely elevated chimney stacks broke the uninterrupted long view from the street level in Priory Walk. They are still visible today from street level. This council has 4 times refused planning permission for a similar mansard roof addition with small roof terrace in this block. One refusal said it was detrimental to the character of the Bolton's conservation area. You have actually enforced CL8 section B8 for 25 years by isolating number 62 and rejecting a repeat of the illegal build. There are not 3 roof extensions with terraces in the immediate area as precedents. The 2 which are not are actually 1 story lower than 66, and they use an existing flat space in a butterfly roof. You did not, however, leave that. You gave us, the neighbours, a 25-year precedence when you looked at those 3 roof extensions, so thank you. You did that by ensuring there was no material change to our living conditions on 3 separate occasions. You consistently and appropriately applied CL5 policies to ensure that not one of these roof terraces is visible at the rear of either Drayton Gardens or Cresswell Place. Not one overlooks us as neighbours, and not one creates a sense of enclosure. They are all hidden from view. The only precedence of a roof addition with small external terrace is number 60's radical design. The existing 2nd floor ceiling was actually dropped by a couple of feet. The new roof addition was dropped into that gap. There was a flat glass sliding roof to be built no higher than 35 centimetres above the flank wall. The parapet at the back of the house maintained, no railings at all. Our living conditions will be severely impacted per CL5. 70%, that's 70 with my bad accent, 70% of the width of the rear of my house is glass, with a further 4-metre tall pane of glass in my top landing. The glass transmits vital natural daylight down into and across my house. To say it's limited glazing is absolutely wrong. My 2-metre wide bathroom window is not opaque either. My glass allows light through. It was deliberately chosen to feed natural light into my house. The unprecedented overlook down from a new elevated height plus multiple different angles which don't exist today will wreck our privacy. 26's enclosed courtyard will be seen in full.
Last sentence or 2.
Thank you very much. Yes. I work for an acoustic company. Airborne sound is round. It does travel down, and the terrace size is irrelevant to noise level because 1 additional voice equals extra sound into our homes. And you cannot enforce that the new space will be a bedroom or the terrace is only used for family gatherings or small numbers. You cannot control it.
Thank you very much indeed.
No, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity at this time of night.
I think the agent is here, so please, when you're ready, and you have a bit over 3 minutes if you need it.
Hello. I'm the agent acting on behalf of the applicants who are the owner-occupiers of 66 Drayton Gardens and are a family of 4. The proposals being reviewed today reflect their need for an additional bedroom to be able to host relatives and improved outdoor space. the existing rear garden is overlooked and overshadowed by the houses along Drayton Gardens and Cresswell Place. Precedent has been set for roof extensions along the terrace of 5 properties, of which number 66 forms a part, and these can be seen by the applicants from their garden. Number 62 has a mansard roof extension to the rear, and number 60 has a contemporary extension in the centre of the plan, with an associated large terrace facing the rear. It was decided that a similar extension could provide the amenity required, and consequently, Level 3 planning advice was sought from RBKC at the start of this year. The design originally submitted for advice used the more recently approved extension at number 60 as a precedent. It was similar in scale and appearance to be minimally visible from view. Feedback received from the planning department was that for conservation purposes, a mansard roof design focused to the rear and not visible from the front would be preferred, and any terrace should be of a minimal scale to prevent large outdoor gatherings which could generate noise. The design was adapted to fully respond to the advice received, and an initial planning application submitted with mansard roof design and a terrace with space only for a table for the family of 4 to use. Following the consultation period, we received advice from the planning officer that the application would not be deemed acceptable unless the potential for overlooking from the terrace could be mitigated. We had a site visit at the subject property with the officer. We used the existing top floor windows as a guide and realised that by stepping back about 1/2 metre, any overlooking was dramatically reduced. And so it was agreed that setting back the terrace railings by 50 centimetres would reduce likelihood of overlooking, and the planning officer felt that this would be a sufficient change. It was decided to withdraw the application and resubmit with the amended design, which is the application that we're reviewing this evening. It's reduced the size of the proposed internal space, however the applicants were willing to make this change in order to address their neighbours' concerns. It's not the intention to create a space to invade the privacy of neighbours. It should be noted that the views directly out and not down are seen as the benefit of a terrace at this level. Throughout the process, we've consistently followed planning advice to ensure the design conforms to the planning policy, and we've responded constructively to neighbours' concerns while trying to preserve the original intentions of the applicant to improve the amenity of their home for their family. The application is recommended for approval, and we just hope that the committee will agree with this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Steve. Questions? Any questions?
Thank you, Chairman. Question to Ms. Thompson, the objector. I understand you raised concerns about the terrace in your speech. I know number 62 have similar rooftop, but without a terrace. Is that your bigger concern? Because in terms of privacy, even if you're looking from a rooftop window, could arguably the same as the terrace, because obviously you heard from the objector that they have to push back, I don't know whether it's 50 centimeters or whatever, in order to reduce that privacy. So could you define what difference does it make if it's a normal rooftop without a terrace and a terrace with probably a chair access or something? Thank you.
Yeah, number 60 was sunken in to the second floor level. This one is directly on top, so it's incomparable. This is going to be significantly higher. 60 Drayton Gardens wasn't allowed to raise the flank wall more than 35 millimetres. This is what we're talking about. This one will raise 2 chimney stacks, almost double in height. So the biggest difference is that number 60 Drayton Gardens was sunk in to the second floor. So the second floor was lowered by a couple of feet. And this one is going to be directly on top. The problem, another problem that you just raised there, sir, is that the 60 Drayton Gardens, which it says it is, following, has a brick wall parapet. You can't actually see through the brick wall parapet, and you can't actually see the construction that is on the sunken roof. With this one, you're going to have open railings. So you will be able to see, I think in the visual you just showed us there, that there was someone standing hanging over the railings like this, kind of waving down. So you're going to be able to see that, whereas in 60, you can't see anybody. And those are the main differences. Number 60 has no overlook and doesn't look down, and we can't see it.
Just to counter, I don't know, question or answer. In terms of the railings, replacing that with the parapet bricks, is it? I don't know. Why railings? Just a question, really.
One's for me. So the railings were. So originally we had the railings sitting on the parapet wall in the previously withdrawn application, and the case officer felt that it having visited the neighbouring property, that it would be a good compromise to set that railing further back. And the main reason for the black painted railings is purely in a conservation terms. It's usually preferred to a sort of contemporary glazed railing. And the reference to number 60 is we were sort of explicitly advised not to follow the design of number 60. The planning officer didn't feel it was...
Is that the officer recommendation, not to follow 60, or...?
It was the advice received in the level 3 planning advice, was that they'd prefer it visually to look more like the mansard roof at number 62, which is obviously a far more traditional roofscape for a house of that sort of period.
Thank you. I'll ask the officers about number 60. Thank you so much.
Sorry, it's hard to tell from these drawings, but it is what's being proposed, or I suppose question for the applicant, is taller than the other mansards around. Is that in terms of its height, is that correct?
No, it would be constructed to match the height of the existing mansard at number 62. It maybe just looks that way because of the way it's set back. And I suppose also you're looking at kind of sky level at a lot of the models, whereas when you look back at the photographs at garden level, there's actually, because of the kind of compact nature of the rear of the site, the angles looking up are actually very tight, which is why number 60 can't be seen, and number 62 is obviously right on the face with windows there, so that has more of a kind of visual dominance when kind of looking up.
Excuse me, may I just clarify? They're not our gardens, so we actually are looking from a second floor level, and we still can't see it at a second floor level. So number 60 is entirely hidden at second floor level from our homes that look onto the 5 houses in that terrace. The illegal mansard is the only visible roof terrace in the whole place. Sorry, just to clarify.
Yeah, no, and I understand. Yes, if we look at in our, we've got the visual, and because number 60, as you've explained, is slightly sunken, it means that from your property in Cresswell Place, you look up and you don't actually see the structure behind. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions? No. Okay. In that case, our questions to officers. What who would like? Aaron.
Thank you, Chairman. Question to officers. You heard from the applicant that the advice was not to copy or replicate the number 60. Is there any reason for that? Thank you.
I'm just Just looking at the officer pre-app advice, I'm sorry I'm not more prepared. It's always that, how much weight do we give to pre-app? So I can't, on skimming it, can't see that, but equally I'm not saying that wasn't what was advised. I'm just very quickly looking. Doesn't explicitly say, but I mean, in a level 3 meeting, officers, we go out on site, we have a discussion, they may look at other examples around and make suggestions. I mean, looking at the image I've put back up on screen, you know, that is a more traditional approach to a mansard, but equally it is more visible. So that example, you know, 2 doors down rather than number 60 on the end. Number 60 is lower, so you can see that on, I'll show you this. This is probably the best way of looking at it, actually. So if you look at the sort of dual pitches that exist, and the sort of chimney stack that exists. And then you look on the section drawing, they're the dual pitches and the chimney stacks, and this is the proposal. So it will be raised, it will be higher, but given the compromised roof slope with the one next door, more than 4 years old, officers have concluded that that's acceptable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one question from me to officers. In relation to, first of all, just to say we're in a conservation area here, the French doors and the design, do we have any other examples? So on the other mansard, it's just sort of normal sash windows. Do we have any other examples of French doors? And I think those type of French doors opening onto a terrace, that wouldn't have been something that, I think the building's probably late Victorian, something that would have been commonplace then. So do we have any other examples, and do they preserve the appearance and character of the conservation area?
We don't have any examples within that group. So within that group, you've got, it looks like sliding doors, I can't confirm, at number 60, but obviously set much further back and lower. And then you've got sashes on the end of 62, and then this would be different. I mean, officers have concluded that that setback shown in this section would reduce the visibility of those. So, you know, in relation to the parapet that sits in front, the railing, you know, how you read those doors may be more difficult, but there would be private views from Cresswell Place, so you may come to the conclusion that you're concerned about those, but officers are satisfied regardless that it would preserve.
Sorry, can I just clarify? In number 60, you have to come up 2 steps to get onto the terrace roof.
We've got the plans. I'm sorry, you can't interrupt us. Okay, so I think we've managed to understand the relationship of the different buildings. We have to make a decision about this. I mean, what do people feel? What do you think about this?
I think it's quite a finely balanced case, if I'm honest. I think my primary concern is as just expressed. We're in a conservation area. I can't see other examples on the street of this type of design. There aren't any other examples of French doors. Sash windows would be contemporaneous with late Victorian buildings. These type of French doors aren't. I realise it's not a listed building, but perhaps it's straying too far from the general design and character and context of these buildings. But it wouldn't be straying massively far. It's quite finely balanced, but that's just my view.
Chairman, I think the one example that we referred to, 60, in terms of overlooking, I don't see a difference because that has a massive balcony as such coming out. But in terms of the visual, yeah, that makes a difference. But I genuinely feel that's not a problem. So that's my opinion. Thanks.
So I don't really see huge concern in terms of privacy and overlooking, but I do share. I would echo the words that sentiments that Councillor Lane just had in terms of whether the extent to which it maintains the character of the neighbourhood and the appearance of the conservation area. So, I mean, obviously, I'm not entirely sure why it would have been suggested that the proposal wouldn't be similar to the mansard at number 60. It's not my 62. Sorry. Yes. So I'm not sure why that would be the case. But overall, I don't really see a great harm posed by the proposal.
Yeah, just okay. Well, I suggest we just put this to the vote. So the proposal is in front of us with conditions set out. Can I see those in favour, please, of the proposal? Can I see those against? I'm going to abstain. So that is granted by 2 votes to 1. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. So that's granted. Thank you. Can we now move on to and perhaps we'll have to have separate votes, but we'll consider them perhaps
yes, please.
Together, 19 Courtfield Gardens and also 1A Barkerston Gardens.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. That's helpful. Just again, draw members' attention to the addendum report. So we've got 2 applications here, one at 19 Courtfield Gardens, one at 1 to 1A Barkston Gardens, and number 22. So it relates to a change of use from a hostel to a hotel. Again, still supporting the visitor economy with associated roof extensions and other extensions. So the plans on the screen are just to show you the location of those 3 properties. And these are the elevations, existing and proposed, along either side, showing those roof additions that have been designed as mansards to sort of hide the plant. And then these red boxes outline the extensions at lower levels that are proposed. And then some contextual imagery to show you where those, they are proposing the extensions. Officers are recommending approval, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Are there any questions about this? I think I think the change in this accommodation reflects the fact that the exhibition centre is no longer there, and I think it's changing the local economy, and I think this is a sensible application coming forward, having that in regard. Are there any questions? No? Okay. In that case, first of all, if we can take the application at 19 Courtfield Gardens. So the recommendation is to grant. Can I see those in favour, please? So that is agreed. And secondly, the application at 1A Barkston Gardens. There again, the recommendation is to grant. Can I see those in favour, please? So that is agreed as well. Can we now move on to flat A, 188 Westbourne Grove, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. No slides for you as there's no speakers this evening, and nothing further to add to the report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions in relation to this? In the North Bank? No. I think it seems quite a straightforward. It's an amalgamation, but quite straightforward, compliant. I think.
Yeah, there's a minor.
Substantially compliant.
Yeah, but it's substantially compliant. 2.8 square metres over in size, but officers are satisfied that the premise of the policy is met.
Sorry, that's over the threshold that we have, the policy threshold.
Yeah, so we have the 170 square metre sort of limit on amalgamations, and this is 172.8 square metres.
Yeah, okay.
The recommendation is to grant, though. Can I see those in favour of granting, please? So that's agreed, yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if we can now move to Trellick Tower.
Yes, yeah, thank you again, Chairman. They've already got lots of equipment on the roof, and they're adding some additional dishes and things against an existing structure up there. You'll see from the plans in your pack. Again, officers have no concerns and are recommending approval for planning and listed building consent.
Any questions about this?
So is this dish an equipment, a telephone equipment, or?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so first of all, there is planning permission, planning application. Can I see those in favour of the recommendation to grant planning permission, please? So that is agreed. And of course, this is a listed building. Can I see those in favour of the recommendation to grant listed building consent? Those against? Harry, are you abstaining on that? No. Right, so that's unanimous. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And finally, the applications relating to Lower and Upper Clarendon Walk.
Yes, yeah. So I haven't included one slide, even though there's no speakers on this one, just to show you what they will look like. So it's these sort of vents here. Some of them have been installed, more to come, but very set back on the roof, and no concerns from officers. We're recommending approval and no objections. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So the recommendation here is to grant permission. Can I see those in favour of granting, please? So that's agreed as well. Good. Well, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.